Okay. Sorry that was taking a little long. You know what was happening? I was trying to set up the website, the Reddit thingy that I was doing, right? And it was really annoying because it was showing like ads through the Reddit thing, but the ads were targeted ads. So it was showing my location for some reason. And so it was just leaking everything. Yeah, no, and I was like, I was scrolling through and I was like, oh, it's just showing my location for some reason. Um, so that was a little awkward, and I needed to go fix that for a second, which is why it was taking a little bit longer than I would have preferred. Um, but good morning, everyone. I hope everyone's doing well. Thanks for stopping by today. How's everyone doing? Hope everyone's good. If you don't know what we're doing today for our stream, we're going to be reading the Am I the Asshole subreddit because I thought it would be really fun too. Because I sometimes just scroll through it in my free time. Mm-hmm. And so that is what I'll be doing for today's stream. And outside of that, we're just going to be discussing kind of the posts that we read and all that good stuff. So that's kind of the basics of what we'll be doing, and it should be pretty chill, pretty easy, pretty whatever. Mm. Okay, so let me say hello to everyone that I can see. It's gonna be pretty hard because it does not really show like a lot of the folks sometimes because there's so many new redeems and stuff. Let's see. Hello, Oni. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hello, Simple. Hi, welcome in. Hello to Blinko. Hope you're doing well. Hello, Charlie. Hello, Cosmic. I love my dog. It's good to see you. Hello, Bunny. I hope you're doing good. Hello, Moose. Hello, Mama Faye. It is good to see you too. Hello, Tim's. Let's see. Hello, Ati. Hope you're doing well too. Welcome in. Hello, Gray. Hello, Mug for the 30-day stream streak. Um, Hello, Katie. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Hello, Jay. Hello, Doodle. I hope you're doing well. Hello, Huyu. Hello, Marshmallow. Let's see. Hello, Stardust. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in. And also, great. Thank you for the 5 stream streak. Hello, Lex. Hope you're doing good. Um, let's keep scrolling. Hello, Night. I hope you're doing good. Hello, Maddie. Welcome in. Also, Soapy. It's really good to see you. Also, thanks for the first time chat, Maddie. Welcome in. Hani, it is good to see you too. Love you too. Hi, welcome. Thank you for the 5 stream streak. Hope you're doing well. Has to be fun. It is good to see you too. Welcome. Yeah, new model. It's kind of crazy, isn't it? We debuted not too long ago. Um, Straynor. Is that how you say your name? Hi, welcome in. Welcome. Hi. Am I missing anybody else? Hello, Nixie. Hope you're doing well. Hello, Ian. Hello, Hypno. And thank you so much for the lurk. I really appreciate it. Okay, cool. That is everyone. Yeah, so small updates since yesterday because we did have our little community night yesterday. But basically what our updates are is that I actually have mod applications open. Um we're not in like desperate need of moderators, which is why the mod apps are a little bit I wouldn't say they're like complicated, but it's a little long. If it interests you, feel free to sign up for it. If it doesn't, that's totally fine too. No pressure whatsoever. I just thought it would be good to help some of the mod team because I think right now it's a bit we're getting a bit strained in terms of our what is it called, our size of team at the current moment. So definitely feel free to hi Pre, definitely say feel free to what is it called, sign up and just answer the questions to the best of your abilities. Don't feel like you need to do anything too crazy. Um, Also, if you have no experience with modding, but you have a good work ethic, also feel free to apply. You don't really need experience. It's not really like a hard, um, not really like a hard requirement, but it's nice. A lot of my current moderators came in not knowing too much about modding, so it's one of those things where you kind of do just kind of learn as you go type of situation. So if you're interested in that, feel free to sign up. If you aren't, no worries at all. It does change how you enjoy streams to an extent, so um definitely only sign up if you are in it for the long run, if that makes any sense. Also, for a lot of the newer folks coming in, hi, my name is Treat. I'm a Capybara barista VTuber. I run a Capybara cafe called the Capybara, and I hope you're doing well today. We're doing a little bit of a different stream than usual. It's going to be a mix of just chatting and also reading Reddit post, "Am I the asshole?" and kind of discussing them as a community for the most part. So I think that'll be really cool. Yeah, that'll be really, really cool. So I didn't really mind the length, really appreciate how thought out the questions were. I wanted them to be like very scenario based questions. Mainly because I do want to see what people are thinking um in different scenarios, because these are like real scenarios that do pop up occasionally, and it's nice to know, like, even without knowing like what my preference is for how things should be done, like what you think is the most effective way to handle certain situations. um because I don't want someone who comes in and is basically um just a like yes man echo chamber type of thing. I want people to kind of have their own like thoughts and autonomy, because that's like the whole point um of being a part of the mod team, is like you have different ways that you do things, um and you are able to give different perspectives to different situations so that it feels a lot more thorough. At least that's my personal opinion on how something like this works. So yeah, I mean, that's just how it is. So if you're interested in that, though, definitely sign up for it. If you don't really care, like I said, you don't need to. There's no worries whatsoever. You can just enjoy streams for what it is. Like, you're not missing out on anything. It's more like worky. Like it's less of a badge and more like you actually have to like do extra stuff. So, yeah. Hello Cloud. I hope you're doing well. Hi. It's good to see you. I am doing good though. Hi Buffy. It's good to see you too. Hi Pizza. I hope you're doing well. And also, Ian, thank you so much for the lurk. I really appreciate it. And Yammer Gamer, good to see you too. Hello, Onyx. Thanks for stopping by today. Sorry, a lot of hellos at the beginning of the stream. That's usually how it goes for the most part. But yeah, I think how this stream is gonna go, okay, is I am going to scroll through the sub post or whatever, the subreddit or whatever, "Am I the asshole?" And I'm going to choose the ones that I think would generate a good conversation, and we will read them together, and then we'll have discussions about it. Now I can't scroll on it with you guys because there are ads, and with the ads I might get doxxed because of the weird, like, I don't know why they're targeted to my location. I know why it's targeted to my location, but I can't not have it up, so it's not good. So yeah. Also, Silly, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Welcome into the stream. Hi, my name is Treat, Capybara barista VTuber. And I hope you're doing well. Let's not dox anyone today. True. Hello, Menta. Hello. Welcome in. Hi. All right. Let me set up. Also, Dino, it's good to see you. Hi, welcome in. Okay, let me actually set this up. Also, Peach, it's good to see you. Hello, hello, hello. Let's see. Bum bum bum. Let me find a good post here that will, I feel like, generate a good conversation for us as a community. Coming into some nice booba. I got instantly stripped as stream started, which is crazy. That's crazy. Um, hmm. Okay, cool. This one's an interesting one. I'm actually curious on what people think about this one. Hi, Kosh. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Tree, aren't you instantly stripped always? True. Hi, Spring. It's good to see you. Also, Gloomy. Hello. Welcome in. I hope your day's doing well. All right. I think also Shion. Hello, Shion. Welcome, welcome. Let me do my settings here so that I can pull this up. Okay. So this is what we have for today. This is what we currently have. Also, Zumi, hope you're doing well. Am I the asshole for fixing my daughter's car when her boyfriend said he'd handle it? My daughter, 21F, and I have always been pretty close. She moved in with her boyfriend a couple months ago. It was a little tough seeing her move out, but I know she's an adult and building her own life. She drives an old Corolla with a lot of miles on it. A couple weeks ago, she mentioned the steering wheel had started shaking when she got up to highway speeds, and sometimes the front end would shudder when she braked. She told me her boyfriend said he would take care of it. Another week went by and it still hasn't been looked at. Last weekend, she came by my place and said it was getting worse and it was starting to make her nervous to drive. So I took it for a quick drive, and sure enough, the wheel was shaking pretty good around 60 miles per hour, and it shuddered when I hit the brakes. I pulled the front wheels off in the driveway, and it was pretty obvious the front brake rotors were warped and the brake pads were worn unevenly. I ran to the parts store, grabbed new rotors and pads, and swapped them out that afternoon. Took a couple of hours, and after that, the car drove smooth again. My daughter was really happy and thanked me a bunch. To me, it wasn't a big deal. I've worked on cars most of my life, and she's my kid. A few days later, she and her boyfriend came over for dinner. At one point, he pulled me aside and told me I shouldn't have fixed the car. He said it was his responsibility as her boyfriend to handle the kind of or that kind of thing, and by doing it myself, I stepped on his toes. And then let me keep scrolling. Um, I told him I wasn't trying to prove anything. The car was getting worse, and I just fixed it while she was there. Since he's been pretty short with me and the vibe has been a little weird, my daughter says he feels like I undermined him. From my point of view, she's still my daughter, and and if something on her car is unsafe and I can fix it in an afternoon, I'm going to. Interesting. I actually have a lot of opinions on this actually. Um what do we think though? What are we thinking before I say my current opinions? What are we thinking about this? I think it's a big ass nothing burger. I'm not gonna lie. This is a big ass nothing burger. Because why the fuck is this guy getting all like heated up for someone trying to fix a car, bro? I think the boyfriend's the asshole. No, but literally though. I know this one's like a really tame one to start off with because it's not like a super complicated situation, but it's like I do think it's kind of crazy because one, he did say that like it's been, multiple weeks, right? Since the boyfriend kind of said that they were going to look over the car and it just never got looked at for some reason. That's like one thing, right? So it's been taking a lot longer than it should be. But you can also chalk that up as being like people being like busy. So like it could make sense in that regard. But also, I think it's crazy to be like, This is a dangerous vehicle to drive. And if I could let you fix it in like 2 seconds, like, why not? You know, because it's only a danger to the daughter if you don't fix it. I don't know. It's kind of fucked up. I also think it's a big nothing burger because like I don't really understand the concept of like, oh, stepping on someone's like toes or whatever, right? Cuz like even if I said that I was going to do something for someone, if somebody else like is able to like solve that problem in a faster way, even if I was like busy or whatever for whatever reason, I feel like it's really like not a problem. You still have your like problem fixed. Like I don't really understand what we're complaining about is what I'm trying to say. I don't know. Let me read this chat just to make sure. Uh that's a boyfriend problem. W dad. Also Gabble, it's good to see you. Hi. Not the asshole, because why was he taking so long to get it done? True. Him being her daughter's boyfriend doesn't mean he has to fix stuff for her. Exactly. Not the asshole because it was unsafe if it had been a week and she was actively asking for help, assuming she needed to use her car on a regular basis and needed to fix it urgently. Because it's only a danger if it isn't fixed. In my opinion, if the boyfriend really cared, he would have had that done like day one and hadn't and not left her worrying about it. I agree. That's a big part too. I think that if it's something that's like an active danger to someone's like potential life because like it's a vehicle breaking down, which can be pretty dangerous, um, it should be done as soon as possible, like fixed, instead of pushing it off over and over and over again. Honestly, putting the daughter in danger every time she drives, exactly. It's not about being the hero or who gets the credit, it's about getting the job done. Exactly. Like, it really doesn't matter who gets the credit, in my personal opinion, because you're just fixing a car. Like, I don't really understand. Like, there is no, like, huge accolade to fixing a car. Like, either you fix it and it works, or you can't fix it and you find somebody else to, right? It is what it is. Are you gonna be upset if like a mechanic comes and fixes the car because like you weren't able to figure it out after multiple weeks? I don't know. It's a bit crazy. It's a bit crazy. Um it also doesn't point out if the boyfriend even has the knowledge of cars. Exactly. Exactly. I feel like that's something that a lot of folks like have issues with is like you don't have to be an expert on something, but it's like being able to like say like, "Oh, maybe I'm not that good with cars. Like maybe you should find somebody else to do it," instead of being like I don't know. It's like some folks will have like big egos, I feel like, and it's like I get it, like you promised to do something, but also it's like I feel like it's a good I feel like it's like a good character thing on you to admit to like, oh, I might not be able to do this because of like maybe work or lack of experience or something. Like you don't have to feel like you need to stick with it. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. That's how I look at it. Good night, Cloud. Bye. I hope you're doing well once again today on Saturday. But good night. Um, could have been a learning and bonding opportunity between the boyfriend and the dad in case something like that happens again. The dad could teach the boyfriend how to do it. Oh yeah, you bring up a good point. I feel like it could have been a good learning opportunity too. My car had the same problem and from that experience, it is very terrifying. You feel like the car is moving when you don't want it to. Um, and the wind makes it even worse. Hello V. Hope we're doing well. Mamon's foot, it is good to see you too. Like you were saying, Treat, this is a zero stakes situation, actually repairing it, and the boyfriend's reaction was not great. Yeah, I think this is one of those situations where it's like, you know, it doesn't really matter who fixes it. As long as it's like done properly and people are safe, that's all that really matters. It's less about the ego, or at least it should be less about the ego. Because you have nothing to really prove in this situation. And also, it's weird. I feel like it's weird to ego trip on someone's dad. I I feel like that's something that needs to be said. I feel like it's weird to ego trip on someone's like dad because it makes sense for her dad to want to help fix her car so that she's safe? Question mark? I feel like that's a weird thing to ego trip about, but maybe that's just me. Hi, Sea Bear. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Gonna go eeps too. Yeah. Thank you, Sumi. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for coming by and collecting your daily drink. The boyfriend was the problem. I agree. I agree. Okay. I need to hide the screen so I don't get doxxed by location ads. And then I'm going to scroll to find another one. Okay. And this one, let's see, which one? Let me see if there's any interesting ones here. Ooh. This one's a short one, but I wonder what you guys think about it. Okay, here we go. I'll read this one out. Am I the asshole for making my friend pay for my Uber home after she surprised me? So I went out last night with some friends. One of them, let's call her Sarah, offered to drive since she doesn't drink uh and said she'd stay sober. Cool. Everything was fine until like 1 a.m. when she suddenly said she's too tired and wants to leave. I told her I was good staying and I'd just Uber home later. She kept saying she felt responsible for me and wouldn't leave without me. It honestly turned into a whole thing, and I didn't feel like arguing in the middle of the club, so I just went with her. Then, once we get to the car, she says, actually, I'm gonna go to my boyfriend's place. It's closer. His place is like 20 minutes the opposite direction from mine. She drives there, pulls into a gas station near his house, and tells me to just call a ride from there. My Uber back to my place was $25 because of surge. If she had just left me at the club like I originally said, I would have paid and not cared. But she basically forced me to leave because she felt responsible and then dropped me off halfway so that she could see her boyfriend. So yeah, I Venmo requested her the $25 and now she's mad, saying I'm ungrateful because she already gave me a ride and my other friends think I'm being petty over $25. I don't know. It's not even really about the money. It just feels weird to drag someone out and then leave them at a gas station. Mmm. Hi, Mama Taj. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping by. We are reading Am I the Asshole posts that I'm randomly finding on the subreddit. This one's a little bit more like happy about it. I have certain opinions. Um that swing on a weird pendulum. I don't think she's the asshole. But I also think this is a very nuanced situation. And I do want to like go over why I think it's a little bit more nuanced in my opinion. In certain ways. Okay. Also where did it go? Oh, there we go. Sorry. Freaking disappeared on me. The reason why I say it's nuanced is like I think that it was actually good. It was actually good that the friend didn't like the one that was staying sober and supposed to like help everyone else as they like were drinking and stuff. And the one that's like offering to drive. I think it's good that she didn't like leave without her because it's like even if you are planning to like Uber home later, the thing is like you're drunk. You don't really know how drunk you're going to be by the time you're ready to go home. If that makes any sense, right? Um so like I do think it's good that the like sober person is not just leaving you there. That's like one thing I think is good, right? Um, I think it is kind of weird though that like the sober person is just like, oh, I just want to leave, when she kind of took on the responsibility of like taking care of like her friend group, right? And I also think it's weird for her to be like, oh, I want to go to my boyfriend's place, which is like completely in the opposite direction of like where, you know, the drunk person, aka OP, like lives. And then she's gonna have her call a ride anyway. Like that's the whole point, is like she's not really offering a drive anymore. So like I'd say like it's good that she didn't leave her at the club drunk and had her figure out like her own way home, because you know that would be fucked up. But also it's the fact that she like didn't actually take her home that's like weird to me. I don't know. This one's weird for that reason, right? I feel like there's a lot of like, because like if she really cared about helping OP home, right? She would have just drove her back. I don't know. I kind of agree. A promise was kind of made, but and I felt like it was done badly. Like I feel like she might have had good intentions, but like it just I don't know. This one's a bit interesting. It's definitely a bit interesting for sure. Hmm. Also, Hani, welcome back. Yeah. As someone who was always the designated driver for my friends, I stayed as long as my friends wanted or were able to. If I noticed they were getting too much, I would take them home. I think there's definitely a reason why you have your designated driver's promise. I agree. Like, I like, and that's what I mean is like you make a promise and you have a responsibility as like a designated driver in this type of situation to be there for your friends, especially the ones that are like drunk and stuff like that, because that's the whole point of being like a designated driver, is you want to um be there and be careful because like your friends need you. You know what I mean? So you take on like that kind of responsibility. So it's not like, I mean, you can leave in the sense that like you can talk with your friend group, and if they're open to that, you drive them home and stuff. There's proper ways of doing certain things in my personal opinion. Um but I also think this one is just like bad. Because one, like why is a designated driver tired and leaving? One, which puts everyone else in danger. But also two, like why are we driving to like her boyfriend's house? I don't know. That's the part I feel like is weird. If she wanted to leave, like let's just say Sarah, let's just say if Sarah wanted to leave early, right? And she still felt responsible, like she said she did, she would have just taken OP home instead of just going to her boyfriend's place. That's like, this part is where I think things are kind of like cooked right here. Like if like this, I think is sucks because as a designated driver, like you should be like chilling. But whatever. Like let's just say she was feeling too tired or there was something happening, right? And she needed to leave, but she still wanted to take care of her friends because she felt responsible. So it's like one of those things where it's just like, okay, well, okay, sure. If that is the case, um, drive the folks home instead of like leaving them there to kind of just do whatever the fuck they're doing, because that's kind of cooked. Um, it's a little bit fried. That's just my personal opinion there on that one. Um, but yeah, okay. This one wasn't too crazy. I want to find like a really crazy one. Hmm. I want to put like a pretty crazy one. Ooh. All right, here we go. Hmm. Am I the asshole? Told my mom she can bill me using the tuition money she stole from me. I think that already starts off as a little bit crazy. Hi Brad, hi Brad, hi Brad, hi Brad. How are you doing? How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Welcome in. When I, 33 male, was preparing to go to university, my mom confessed that there was no tuition money for me. Through the years, my dad would give her cash a deposit, but she only did the first one. She spent the rest. To be honest, I wasn't even surprised. I was used to being disappointed by her. She promised that she would pay me back and asked that I never tell my dad. Hi, Luna. I hope you're doing well. So, for 4 years, I thanked them for the tuition money when I took out loans. For reasons to do with her narcissism, I have an arm's length relationship with her, but she would say we were pretty close, as she assumes my smiling and nodding while she drones on about the same stories in a relationship. Also, General Munchkin Man, it's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Welcome in. We have a family cottage that she puts above everything else. She lives there about 90 days of the year. I've been going there with my girlfriend for about 4 days for a couple summers, which she begrudges as it takes away from her time. My dad supports my going, which is how I pull it off. She recently told me that it was time for me to start paying for some of the maintenance on the cottage since I use it. She actually suggested 1K, which is wildly disproportionate. I told her she can take it out of the tuition IOU and we could negotiate the amount with my dad. She was speechless. She texted me later to say that it was manipulative to bring up the tuition and threatened to tell dad. It went on and on. I've been thinking about it, and first, I'm hurt/offended that she can't just do a nice thing for me. She has to get something for it. Second, I guess I'm not really over the whole tuition thing. Hmm. This one's pretty obvious. He's not the asshole, for sure. I more wanted to read this one because I actually think that this is like something that a lot of people go through with certain parents and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't know, man. Hi, cheerleader. It's good to see you. Hi, Chubbs. It's good to see you too. Welcome in. Hi, everyone. Thanks for stopping by. Um, we're just doing a little bit of a stream where we look at like, am I the asshole, like posts and stuff like that, because I got bored and I wanted to see them. Since I thought it would be fun, little stream idea. Also, Shadow Queen, it's good to see you too. Welcome in. Yeah, no, this is a situation for sure. Obviously this person is not the asshole. I feel like this is like weird. Like I don't, I don't even have to say that this is weird for it to be like kind of crazy weird. Because like, why are you spending your kids like tuition money and then having them pay to use like a family cottage? Like, even if you do use it for 90 days of the year, it's like not yours. It's like a family thing. I don't know. This is like kind of sad overall because this is supposed to be like family, and the fact that they're like charging each other like money for certain things and using like and actively like putting each other down like financially is just like insane to me. But it sucks because I feel like a lot of people do go through situations like this. I thankfully don't, but like I've seen many of my friends who've talked about going through similar situations. It is kind of crazy, to be honest. I love the hard eyes. Thank you. Hi, Zochi. Oh my god, it's Zochi. Guys, look, it's Zochi. We should go see Zochi. I had a dream about Zochi last night. And I'm not even saying that as like a joke. I actually did. I don't know why. I like went to sleep and I remember just having like Zochi in my dream. Um it was one of those things. It was a crazy dream. Like I mean it very genuinely when I say this. Um So what happened in the dream was like me and Zochi were like DMing, right? Um and he was like talking to me about like I think it was like some collab that we had set up and some questions about like VTubing stuff. And we had like promised to talk about it like later in the day when we were both like free. instead of like texting about it, because like in DMs, because sometimes it's like not, you can't really get like all of your stuff super clear when you do that. Um, and then like in the dream, like a few hours later, I get like a ping from someone in my like DMs, and they were just like, "Oh, Zochi is like missing." And I was like, "What? What do you mean Zochi is like missing?" Um, and they were just like, "I don't know. Like Zochi's just gone. He's just gone. Like no one can reach Zochi for some reason." And I was like, "What the heck? What do you mean no one can reach Zochi? I was just messaging him like earlier today." And so the entire dream was this like huge, crazy like internet chase to find out where Zochi went. And if Home Dog was still around. It was like a whole thing. I don't know. I don't remember like half of it because like I was like half asleep, of course. But the fact that I even had like a dream like that was like crazy. I don't know why. It was so random too. It was so random. Zochi, you can't disappear on us like that. What the heck? We were all so worried for you. You can't disappear like that. Sorry, I hope you're doing well though. Did you come to a conclusion? No, I randomly woke up. It was like a finding Zochi situation, but I randomly like woke up. New stream idea. Where is Zochi? And it's like a Where's Waldo situation. That's so funny. Finding Zochi coming this summer, true. D&D style. Hide and seek hard mode, true. And it's like one of those like geolocator streams or whatever the fuck. Where is Zochi? Oh my god, ping or roll for insight to see if you can find me. That's so funny. I think this one's self-explanatory. Sorry to but he's not an asshole. Mom's the weird one. Fucking crazy ass situation to even be in, honestly. Um Rolled a 1, literally. I don't know, it was really interesting though. Like I remember like falling asleep and that's like all I remember. I probably dreamed of like other things, but it was like very vivid because for some reason I woke up in like a sense of like panic for some reason because I was genuinely very worried, I guess. And I woke up and I was just like, damn, who's Zochi? uh can I get another shout out for Zochi, please? Zochi is another VTuber friend of mine. They're very creative and they play like RuneScape and other games, and they also do a lot of singing. So you should definitely go check them out. Very cool. I did a speaking Spanish stream on their channel a while back. So very talented. You should definitely go check them out, please. It's very cool to have them here. Oh my gosh. Here, let's scroll through this. Ooh, what is this one? Am I the asshole for not answering the door when my ex's mom showed up at my apartment unannounced? Oh my gosh, the context of this one is kind of fucking crazy. Why is your ex's mom showing up at your apartment? Am I crazy for thinking that? Is that weird? Isn't that weird? Ex's mom? I mean, like, unless you were like, unless you like knew the ex's mom for really, I don't know. Even if you did, I feel like it's none of her business, no matter what the situation is. That one's weird. I haven't even read this, and I already think that's kind of fucked up. Okay, let me actually read this. Sorry. Let's see. This happened a couple of years ago whenever I was talking about the crazy MIL stories with a friend, and she thinks I was an asshole. I have sole custody of my children. My ex and his family live about a 9-hour drive from me. Okay. One day at around 9 a.m., there was a knocking on my bedroom window. Ooh, okay. I peeked through the bottom of the blinds just to see, just to see women's sneakers. So I peek higher and make eye contact with my ex's mom. All I can think is, what the fuck? Harm? The apartment where I live, uh, The apartments where I live are not gated, so anyone can drive onto the property and just not go in buildings without a key. Oh, which means X's mom couldn't knock on my door because she couldn't enter my building. Anyway, now that she's seen me, I change and go see why she's there. Only reason why she has my address is because a few months back she asked to mail some stuff for the kids, and I dumbly gave her my address. She tells me she was in the neighborhood. I ask her why she didn't call me before arriving, and she said it was a last minute decision. I let her in, and she sees the kids for a bit. When she leaves, I tell her next time she needs to give me a heads up before arriving. And I'm not talking about 10 minutes before, I need at least a 1 week notice. So this is where I might be the asshole. About 4 months later, she pulls this stunt again. When I hear the tapping on my window, I know exactly who it is. I don't bother looking out the window. She starts calling me. After the 5th call, I answer. She tells me to open up because she wants to see the kids. I'm like, what? I'm not even home. Why she didn't tell me she was coming? I'm 45 minutes away visiting my dad with the kids. She demands dad's address. I refuse to give it to her. I tell her I have no idea when I will be home. Yes, complete lie. Anyway, she doesn't believe me. She thinks I'm home. Again says it was a last minute decision. I hang up on her. I'm getting text from X demanding I let his mom see the kids. I tell him what I told her. I'm not home. Imagine my surprise when I hear the police banging on my door a couple minutes later. What the fuck? She called the cops? I don't answer. I get a call from a random number, the police officer. He is there to perform a wellness check because X's mom hasn't heard from me in 3 days and is extremely worried. Also, according to him, it is illegal not to answer the door when a police officer knocks. I tell him she is lying. I just spoke to her on the phone. She showed up unannounced. I made it clear to her not to do that, and I'm out with family, and I don't need her to come back just because she showed up unannounced. She is X's mom, and I don't have to talk to her. After that phone call, I get a text from X calling me an asshole and how hard it would have been to let his mom see the kids when she drove all the way there just to see them. I want to make it clear, I don't mind her visiting. I don't mind her being around my kids, but I can't stand her showing up unannounced and demanding to see my kids like that. It was like she was on a weird power trip. Also, Lemon, it's good to see you. Hello. How's your day been so far? Sorry. Hi. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by today. Um, Yeah, this one's really fucking clear cut too. She's not the asshole. I don't know why this is even a post up here. I feel like this is like a very like clear situation. Bite her, she's crazy. Literally though. Because what do you mean she's like the ex's mom is literally coming to your door and like knocking and demanding to be let in? Like that's I feel like there's schedules with this kind of stuff, right? Cuz like people have work and obligations and stuff. They can't just be dropping everything that they do. Um and also like calling the cops for a wellness check is insane work. At first I was going to say that it seemed like a 50-50, but never mind. Calling the cops and lying about the situation have had this happen to me as a kid, but not to the point where the cops came. Yeah, I think involving the cops is like crazy. I feel like this is like a dispute between like the people involved. Like this is like, you know what the equivalent of this is? It's like when two content creators get into like a big argument and then they start airing it out on like publicly on like Twitter instead of like solving it in like private DMs or something like that. It's like, why are you involving like a third party in this situation when it's like a thing between like, you know, between you two, right? Because I mean, like, she makes it clear it to her it doesn't really matter if the mom comes. I don't really see how she can't like make a schedule for it, or if the mom could just like in advance just because it takes like what did it say? It takes a 9-hour drive. So you're telling me that the mom drives 9 hours or flies like however long that is without the intention of seeing the kids, and it's always a last minute situation. Like you're telling me that's the situation And it's not weird because of that. I think that's hella weird. Because you don't make those type of decisions and just like be like, "Oh, I'm definitely not, going I don't know. I feel like you have the intention for sure. Like there is like a genuine intention to come and visit the kids. And if there is a genuine intention there, I don't see how like a text message saying like, "Oh, I'm coming to see the kids today," or I have this like plane ticket, or I have this like car um like drive planned in the next few days. Like I'll come over, whatever. In those 9 hours, she could have called and said, "Hey, I know you said a week's notice, but I missed the kids. Is there any way I can see them today within the next like 8 to 7 hours?" Exactly. Like, I do think it is a weird like power trip thing. Wait, I'm gonna see this. Not an asshole. Woman weaponized the police against you. Woman no longer gets any part of your life. Next time she tries anything, just use the phrase, "You called the police on me." When she deflects, "You lied to the police." Just keep banging on some version of that. X gets the same story. "She called the police on me and lied to them. She is dangerous." True. You know what was crazy? I've actually been in a situation kind of similar to this. Not like the same, but it like involved like the police, and it's actually really fucking crazy. I don't know. I feel like it's really crazy to involve like cops in a lot of these situations because it's like they have better things to involve themselves with. And it's honestly a danger for a lot of the folks involved, especially for like something that's like really domestic. Um Unless it's like especially for situations like these where it's like super unnecessary in my personal opinion. But that's just what I think. A lot of very like cut dry ones today, I feel like. Some of the ones that pop up whenever I'm like laying in bed are really nice. Hmm. 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 Let's see. This one's really short. Am I the asshole? My girlfriend is mad that I don't want to babysit her nephew on Father's Day. On Sunday, it's Father's Day, my first Father's Day. I want to spend it alongside my girlfriend and our 7-month-old. However, her brother asked us to babysit his kid on that day because him and his girlfriend want to go out. When my girlfriend asked me, I politely said no since it's my first Father's Day and I would like to spend it as a little family. She got salty and a little mad and now is being passive aggressive. Her boyfriend doesn't like me and the feeling is mutual and we don't speak. Her brother, sorry, he's the boyfriend. What the fuck? Um, he only talks to my girlfriend whenever he needs a favor. His kid is great, and we babysat him a few times, or babysat him multiple times. On my girlfriend's first Mother's Day, it was just us three. I don't know why she can't do the same for me. Mm, What do you guys think about this one, actually? The dude wants to go on a date on Father's Day. I don't know. I don't ask me. I thought it was supposed to be like, isn't Father's Day supposed to be like a family thingy? I don't actually know. It's really funny because my family actually doesn't celebrate like Mother's Day or Father's Day or like really does anything for it. It's just not something that we like have ever done. So there is no like culture in the household to do that. I feel like whenever your parents like push for that kind of holiday to be like a thing at home, you get it more often, but it just was never a thing. You're meant to spend time with your father on that day. Yeah, I feel like yeah, exactly. And since like they both have kids, right? I think it is more of a you spend time with your family situation because you're in the position of like being a father, right? So you could like do something at home instead. I think that's weird. Like, mm, not the ass. I mean, this guy wants to spend time with his family. He's not saying that he hates his nephew. He just wants to have his first Father's Day. But literally, though, why is his girlfriend tweaking about this? I'm actually so curious. Why would the brother not want to spend time with his child on Father's Day? Literally, though. Hello? Sorry for being loud, by the way, but this is crazy. My dad lives far away, so Father's Day is also Mother's Day at my house. That's also fair too. I think it's fair to combine them if you're only able to visit like once a year or something like that. Hmm. What the hell? You, a father, babysit someone else's kid on Father's Day. Your first Father's Day, mind you. Yeah, this is fucking crazy. Think about that. Does that make sense? Dude, the Reddit comments are they're so blunt. I love reading some of them sometimes. They're so blunt. My mom gets both days since she raised us alone. Oh, I see. I see. That makes more sense. Hi Noob, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, we're just reading Reddit posts today. Just for funsies. More of me just reading and us kind of just listening just for fun because I enjoy reading and I enjoy like these type of situations like going through them. I feel like that one's super cut and dry too. These are all very cut and dry. Um, what about this one? This one's kind of interesting. Hi, I just saw a crazy good movie. Hope the readings are well. Yeah, we're just reading it for fun. We're just reading it for fun. What the heck is WIBTAH? These are crazy ass abbreviations. Um, what was the movie that you watched out of curiosity? Hope you had a good time. Ooh, the movie watcher. You're watching that movie. Okay. Would I be the asshole? Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm usually used to people just saying like the am I the asshole? Okay. Very cool, very cool. Project Hail Mary. Oh my gosh. I have that movie. Don't ask me why. I need to watch it still. What were your thoughts on the movie? Like what did you say like what did you think about it? The abbreviations are insane. I don't know what is abbreviated like half the time. I'm not gonna lie to you. I like the stories where the person was actually the ass and freak out over it. That's what I'm saying. I'm not getting like crazy high quality stories today, which kind of sucks. Um, I get to watch it for the first time tomorrow. Ooh, do tell me how it is when you get a chance to. By the way, I do actually want to see how it is because I don't know. I'm not a big movie watcher. So I do want to try and see it. Just see how it is. Power in my neighborhood went out, so my data is saving me right now. Oh my gosh. If you need to go, then please feel free to. You don't have to feel pressured to be here. Also, Continent's good to see you. Um, 10 out of 10 movie. I would have cried multiple times if I didn't hold it in. Okay, question. I actually don't know what it's about. Is there a way that you could like give me a quick like one or two sentence like or like a small paragraph or whatever the heck it is on what it actually is without like spoiling it cuz I don't know what it is like whatsoever. It's all good, dude. I saved my data for these things. I got you. I'm lucky because like my current phone plan has unlimited data because I got really lucky because I upgraded my phone recently and I upgraded my plan with it. So it's like really nice. It's really nice actually. Hi Kaz, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. What's happening? Hi, Bun. Hi, Pinku. We're reading Reddit posts today on the Am I the Asshole subreddit. We're kind of just reading and then we kind of talk about it afterwards. Um, and I think some people are just using the stream as a way to like chill for the night, which is pretty good too. Um, and also, we have an ad break starting in about a minute. So, before I read this next one, you can read it in advance if you want to, but I will be reading it out. I'll probably just chill for a little bit and wait for the ad break to start, and then we'll read it after. But yeah, today's stream was supposed to be like super casual and just kind of chill for like reading. I didn't really want to do like too much today, just because, um, what is it called? I had like the schedule planned to be very casual in comparison to usual. So, yeah. Oh, also, I don't know if I ever said this, but did I ever show this yesterday? I I think I got denied for partner because I not because I didn't qualify, but because apparently I didn't show my VODs when they were reviewing my channel at the time because I was prepping up for my 2.0 debut. So they want me to like reapply. So I think I should be reapplying tomorrow because I need to wait until tomorrow to be able to do that. So hopefully they'll let me reapply tomorrow and I don't have to wait like the 2 weeks or whatever. But just for those who were curious on if like how the status for that was going, I do have to reapply, unfortunately. So that will be like a thing that I need to do tomorrow. So it is what it is. I was talking with Jaws about it and also Tay about it. I don't know. They were kind of saying that it was really ridiculous, and they don't really understand why it's like taking so long for me. Um, but I think it's one of those things where you can't really control it, so it is just like a thing that is bound to happen at some point. So it is what it is, you know. Fingers crossed. Thank you. But hi everyone, welcome in. Happy Saturday. I hope you guys are doing wonderfully on the Saturday. Um, Project Hail Mary is a sci-fi about saving the sun. Oh, okay. I was gonna say something, but I'll wait until the ad break. Okay, BRB. Hello, is my mic working? Hi, welcome back from the ad break. Hello. Hi, Snowy. Hi, Mayonnaise. Welcome in. Thanks for the first time chat. Hello. Hi. Um, my name is Treat. I'm a Capybara barista VTuber. I hope you're doing well today. Oh my gosh. Big squeak. Sorry. Welcome back from the ad break. It's really nice to have everyone back. I was gonna say before I was very rudely interrupted by the ad break at the current moment that I was gonna ask how people were doing Saturday, which is today. We had a big little community night yesterday that was really fun, and so I was kind of curious to see if anyone like had really interesting like weekends. I feel like my weekend's like really boring because I think my parents came home today. But I didn't actually spend any time with them because I slept most of today because I've been a little bit more tired recently. So that was like a whole thing that I was doing. But about outside of that, everything's been very chill. So yeah, slept most of today. Me too, literally. Hi, Charlie. W day so far. That's good. My weekend's been weird. Oh, how so? How so? I was there for a little bit yesterday, but I went to bed. Yeah, community night went pretty well, I think, for the most part. I think everyone had fun. Um, Crab game was pretty good. I know some folks were having some issues with like lag though, which I actually don't know why. I don't know. But I'm glad that like the vast majority of folks like enjoyed themselves. I think that matters the most is like if they enjoyed themselves or not. Outside of that, I think for the most part it was a pretty good experience. We went into repo for a little bit at the end. Um and then I'm trying to remember if we did anything else. We did I know you guys had a little bit of a fun like yapping stream or not stream fun little yapping session while I was like cooking, so that was like something that did happen. um I slept too. Okay, sadly no fun plans. I did find and fix my old laptop. Oh, I remember you saying that on the Discord. Yeah, I remember you saying that. I was there for community night, but I left for a while. I left a while before it ended. I went vintage shopping and stressed about people I'm going to see when the weekend is over. Oh, wonder how that is. I think I went vintage shopping once with my cousins whenever I was on vacation. I'll watch it on my tablet since I don't have a computer, so I couldn't play with you yesterday, but I enjoyed watching you play. Okay, yeah. I gotcha. No worries. Okay, sorry. Really, really, really getting distracted from this. Um, I asked my daughter's preschool teacher not to put the extra clothes that I sent for her on other students. So my daughter started school last Wednesday, and the teacher asked us to send pull-ups, wipes, and a change of clothes for her. I sent quite a few pull-ups and a brand new pack of wipes and an outfit as requested. Only the bottoms for her outfit came back, and I saw another student in her class wearing her skirt when I went to pick her up. Now, I don't mind if the teacher needs to use some of my daughter's pull-ups for the other kids, or even some of her wipes. I'll send extra of those things if needed because I understand what it's like to be the parent that can't provide that. However, when it comes to her clothes, I'm not okay with sharing. For starters, if they get sent home on a kid, like the shirt did, then there's a chance that the school won't get it back. And the clothes are really expensive, and I can't afford to replace them like that. It all pretty much boils down to the fact that my daughter doesn't really have that many clothes to begin with, so I can't really afford for them to get ruined and for them to not get sent back. So I'm just curious if that makes me the asshole if I talk to her teacher the next day that she goes to school and tell her that she's not or that I'm not comfortable with her using clothes for other children. I feel like this is like a no duh situation. I feel like this is a no duh situation. I have a strong opinion on this, says Marshmallow. I think they aren't the ass. Using extra pampers and wipes is something else, but clothing crosses a line, especially since you aren't guaranteed you will get those clothes back. Parents work hard to buy clothes for their kids. I agree. Like I very solidly agree with that. I feel like this one's like very a no duh situation. I can send some pictures in the server of the stuff that I got if you want to see. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. I'm totally down for that. I feel like this one's a really big, like, no duh situation because, like, genuinely, when I say this, but why are you giving clothes that you don't own to other people? Even if it is meant to be like a pretty, like, even if it is meant for like a good cause and stuff, and like you're helping out the other kids and stuff, I don't think it should ever be a thing where, mm, I think that's weird. I don't know if I'm like mean for thinking that's weird, but I think that's weird. Hmm. Hi, Wisp. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping by. It's been a little bit. Yeah, I feel like it's been a while since I've been able to pop in. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. I finally debuted the 2.0 model. Yeah, I finally debuted it. It's been a while. It's been a while. Um, I think it's 5 days. 5 days. That's why the daycare I used to work at had a bin of donated clothes just in case we needed extra. Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like it would have been better if the school or the teacher was just like asking parents to like be like, "Oh, we might need like extra clothes. So like if you have any old clothes that you would wish to donate, that makes more sense." Cuz there's like expectation that like you may not get that back cuz it's a donation. Because it's not meant for anyone else but her daughter kind of situation. No worries, Oni. I hope your power is like not like a crazy terrible situation. Also Sienna, it is good to see you too. Thanks for stopping by. We're doing the Am I the Asshole readings because I enjoy doing them and they're kind of fun. Let's see. Well, what the heck is this one? Oh my god, there's like a bajillion updates on this one. Hi, Magical. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping by. I also think that they're being quite considerate of the teacher in this situation so it doesn't come off as assholey behavior. The fact that they're self-aware that of this and they wanted to ask the teacher if it's okay to not share is nice of them. I agree. I know many parents who are much more aggressive in their approach with like teachers and just other people in general. So I agree that there is a lot of consideration given there by that particular parent. As a parent, I get 3 outfits from Walmart that cover different needs: long sleeve, short sleeve, and pants. And they're just cheap ones. If someone else needs to borrow, it's whatever. But also, if they ruin the outfits, it's whatever as well. I think that's really smart, actually. That actually is super smart. Ooh. Um, Yeah, I just feel bad because like that situation, I think that parent went in thinking that it wouldn't have been shared around because it's like the teacher asked for extra sets of a bunch of different things. Um, so that it like I think the expectation is it isn't shared around, and if it was something that was shared, I think if the teacher like provided that information in advance, it probably would have been better. I think the big problem is like it just was not provided in advance, and so they just didn't know like what was really going on there, if that makes any sense. That's just my personal opinion though. Let's see this one. My tracking's a bit weird right now. Let me see if I can fix that. There we go. Tree, what should I name an Animal Crossing island? Oh my god, you should name it Coffee Land. Don't ask me why. Totally no opinions there for why it should be named that. This model is crazy. Look at you. It is crazy. I can do this too. It's like a tongue, and I have a bunch of different like clothing toggles too. Here, I'll like shift through all of them. Oh, I just reset my zoom there. Oopsie. There we go. That's better. Yeah, there's a bunch of like clothing toggles and stuff, so I can like mess around with it. It's really cool. Also, Hana, thank you for the daily drink. I really appreciate it. Thank you guys for the daily drink. Oh my gosh, it's stacking up. Had an iced coffee today and it was heavenly. I think I've only had an iced coffee um at McDonald's, which like I actually don't mind the McDonald's iced coffee. It's actually not as bad as some people say it is. Okay. Um Back to my reading. Am I the asshole for filing a police report on a good friend who was caught stealing, or who was caught on video stealing my boyfriend's camera at a dinner. She has refused to help me either replace it in full or contribute to the cost of replacing it. Whoa. Also, Hana, thank you for the 7 stream streak. I really appreciate it. This one starts off pretty crazy. Have you not always had the daily coffee? It's actually new. I only introduced it, or the daily like drink. It was only introduced during debut. I never actually had it in the past. I got it at McDonald's. Yes. So crazy. Yeah, this is already a wild one just by the title alone. Happy 2 months. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for your amazing chat streams. Love listening to you always.
Thank you. No, I appreciate you being here. It's really fun. Nice to have you here always. More context. We were out to dinner one day at an expensive hotel. My boyfriend let me borrow his what is it? Is it Canon G7X 1800 camera to bring to take pictures with my friends. How expensive is a camera like this? I'm actually curious. What is the price on something like this? Holy shit! Oh my god. Okay, above $1,000 then for sure. All right. Wow. Let's see. At the conclusion of the dinner, I went up to the room and realized the camera was gone. I went back right down to the table and no one had seen it. I immediately got with hotel security and she was on video, clear as day, swiping the camera when my back was turned and shoving it into her purse. I covered for her initially with my friend and contacted her to find a resolution. She had taken the camera with her and my other friends to a club after dinner, which I did not attend, and lost it there. For background, this is my good college friend who I know well, the camera thief. She has been taken on free trips to Coachella and whatever the other thing on my dime. Not kidding. As well as many other things. We have done a lot together and are good friends, so I expected her to feel sorry. Initially, she lied, saying she didn't have it. When I told her we had her on video, she confessed and then said, yes, she took it, but lost it at the next bar she went to with my other friends. It is now gone. I asked her to help me replace it by going in on me with the cost. She has refused all measures or resolutions, and now I feel I have nothing left to do but file a police report and let them handle it. Oh my gosh. It has impacted my relationship, and I am furious my friend is not helping at all. Why should I be on the hook for something she stole? I have given her 3 weeks to help me resolve this, but she insists she is going to do nothing. I am being pressed by my boyfriend to either replace the camera or help him file a report with her information and the footage. I even asked her to just throw in half or less the cost, or less than half the cost to help, but she still refuses. I do not want her to get in trouble, but I am at the point where I feel like she really does not care. Okay, before we read the updates, let's actually just talk about the situation first. One, holy shit, that is an expensive camera. I don't think I've ever spent that much money on a camera before. I didn't even know cameras that expensive even existed for the most part. That's crazy. I feel like this is a crazy situation. It's obvious that OP is not an asshole because she's not the one stealing, and filing a police report on something like this is like normal. It could have been more expensive. What if it had attachments? Oh, true. You're right. The question is like, apparently these people are supposed to be good friends. On top of that, OP has been taking her on free trips to Coachella and this other place on her dime. I don't know. Is it just me, or do some people just take their friendships, like, and I'm talking like good, strong friendships, where the other party treats them genuinely super well, right? Do they just what's the word that I want to use? Do they just not value their relationships with people? Like, what is the goal here? Like, the person who posted this post, OP, right? She seems like the type of person that really, really cherishes her friendships because initially she wanted to like cover for her, right? Um, and didn't even want her to like pay for the full thing, even though there was like clear proof that she stole it. So like if it was like a money issue, like if like if she stole it, if the friend stole it to sell it for money, I feel like that's so unnecessary because like well, I mean, like, you shouldn't really be asking your friends to borrow that much money in the first place. But I feel like this OP would have been the type of person to be like, oh, if my friend is in need and they need money for whatever, like bills or something that's like really urgent, I might help them out because I'm just like, I'm their close friend like that. She does seem like the type to be like that. Um, you know what I mean when I say that? Uh, Jager, hello. I hope you're doing well. Hello, honey. Welcome in. Yes, hello to the coffee beans. Weekend trips can be up to 40,000. Like that's what I mean though. Like it does seem like this OP cherishes her relationship with her friend, right? And is willing to spend money on her dime to spend with her friend. That's why it makes zero sense to me why the friend is willing to do all of this against OP. That's weird to me. Because if it really was like a money situation, I feel like if it would have been easier for her to just ask for money. And I feel like she would have gotten it. I'm not even going to lie. Should she do that? No, I don't think so. Unless it's like a really dire situation. But like, even then, like, why break your friendship? This is kind of crazy. My first stream, why is he shirtless? I got my shirt taken. Here, I can put it back on. I got my shirt taken, okay? it's not it's not it's not my fault. Welcome in though. Hi James. I hope you're doing well. Um I'm good. I'm currently working in my old engineering notebook. I had some ideas I never fully finished, says Jager. I got you. Well, I hope it goes well. Hope it goes well. She seems rich, and I think that's why the friend is abusing the kindness. I definitely think the friend is abusing her kindness for sure. But I just think it's so crazy because if she really needed the money, she could have just asked instead of stealing. You know, as someone whose parent is a photographer, camera equipment is super expensive. I see. Can I be honest? People are too nice. People should be more willing to cut off people. Having strong boundaries will save you the trouble. Kind of like the same for VTubers and their viewers and stuff like that. I can kind of see where you're coming from, Hannah, for sure. I think having strong boundaries in whatever situation or friendship or relationship you have is always like good. I think it's really important. Poor OP, she's stuck in a bad place. She's definitely not the asshole. I'm curious to know if the boyfriend is upset at OP or not, because he really should be putting the blame on the friend and not his girlfriend. I don't think the boyfriend is like upset. Okay, I think there is a thing here where it says, I am being pressed by my boyfriend to either replace the camera or help him file a report with her information and footage. The reason why I do think the boyfriend is somewhat valid in this situation is like she did initially cover for her friend, even though she knew that she was the one that stole it. Because she really cherished that friendship, which to an extent I understand. You want to believe in the best of people and to believe in your friend and have, believe that they had a good reason for doing what they did. But they were just stealing, and you're covering for someone who's stealing. You know what I mean? Like, and not just that, but they're not going to pay you back for losing it either, even though you're supposedly close friends and you've paid for their trips and you've paid for all of these different things. Like, it is such a crazy situation for OP, because I still can't wrap my head around why this friend stole it. Only justifiable option we have here is the boyfriend had inappropriate photos, and rather than tell her, she took the camera and ran. And even if that was the situation, she should tell her immediately. Yeah, like, unless something like that happened, I don't know. But okay, there are some updates. There are some updates, by the way. So we'll read some of the updates here. Okay. Update. I sent her a text this AM telling her if I do not receive the full cost of the camera or shipping confirmation of a new camera from an approved vendor to a provided address by end of today, Friday, we will be filing a report with the police Saturday AM. I am feeling like an asshole typing this out to her, but I have to do it. I'm glad that she actually did this, by the way. I do think that the police report is important here. I think this shows that she is a good person, that she feels mean for doing this, but it's like her friend stole from her. Also, honey, thank you for the 5 stream streak. Hi, Frenchie. Hello, has anything crazy happened? There's been a few crazy stories. I'd like to think so. Some of them are a little bit nuts. Okay, update 2. She told me she is sick of me and that I will be receiving a tracking number by 12 Eastern on Friday, and not to blame her if the package is never received. I told her if she was my real friend, she would be sorry, and in no way will I allow this to be flipped on me. Should I ask if the camera is new or the one that disappeared? Oh, true, because like she could have said that it disappeared, but maybe it didn't disappear. She maybe just like lied about that too. I completely forgot that was a possibility. Let's see. Update 3. She sent me a tracking number via FedEx. It says it is awaiting package. I have asked her repeatedly if she's sending me the original camera, assuming it magically turned up, or a new one. She refuses to answer and only tells me to stop bothering her. Update 4. I am more and more convinced my friend, camera thief, took the camera hoping that I would just replace it for my boyfriend, gifting her a free camera. For background, this friend is heavily involved on Instagram and loves taking pictures. The G7 is loved by women because it is known as the Instagram camera. If you wanted to buy one at full price, they are out of stock everywhere. Let's hope it gets returned with this tracking. FedEx still says awaiting package, even though shipping information was sent to them at 7 p.m. yesterday. Update 4. Original camera returned via FedEx the other day has been given back to the boyfriend. However, the camera thief blocked me on all socials after this. Appeared she tried to keep the camera for herself and expected me to just buy a new one for the... That's so fucking weird. Oh my god. You've heard of this story before. Spoiler, I read ahead. The friend is an wannabe Instagram baddie. That's crazy, though. How can you treat your friends like that? Like, stealing one is obviously bad, but like, this is from someone who is supposedly close to you and helps you so much and pays for all of your trips, and like treats you so well and thinks so highly of you. And someone who like even defended you even after knowing that you stole. This is crazy. Wouldn't care if she blocked me. Don't need to talk to her anyway. Literally, though. This is crazy situation. How do you even get into a situation where you meet people like this? Also, like, I don't know. I feel like people like this just have bad intentions in general. It's crazy to me that they like met in college and became like good friends. Like, how do you not see, like, I guess the mask was on too good. I don't know. She's just a horrible person. Like, why would you steal from someone who basically gives you experiences that are like once in a lifetime and try to believe in you? No, but literally though, some people are so nice, but when you get to know them more, they're rotten to the core. Yeah, I guess I must be very blessed in some of the folks that I know. Cause like if you really think about it, most of my friends I have right now are through like the VTubing space, and a lot of them are like people that you watch, like Zochi or Carbon or Tehungi or Jaws, and all of these different people. And I guess I feel really spoiled because like, okay, sure, it is like an internet friendship, but like they're all very genuine people. We just kind of help each other out and we talk through things and we do things for each other without even really asking, if that makes any sense. And it is really, really nice to be able to like be friends with them because I know that we would be friends even if it wasn't for streaming. And so sometimes I see things like this and it makes me really sad more than upset because I feel like as you get older, friendships are so much harder to find. And so I feel like it really is important to cherish some of the friendships that you get um as you get older because you're just in so little spaces where you can meet like all of these amazing people, right? Seeing y'all pop up in each other's chat is always so sweet to see. Yeah. I'm um I'm doing something with Tay next week cuz we're going to be playing Reanimal. I was going to ask maybe later today like either Carbon or Jaws. Maybe Liffy depending on if Liffy's free or somebody else. I was going to ask some of them if they would be free to do something too so that I could have like a week where it's like mostly collabs just for fun. Because I haven't done like a collab in a while. Oh yeah, here, this comment's interesting. Is there a reason you are choosing your thieving friend over your boyfriend? She made it clear she's not your friend and that she's not going to make it right. The police report should have been filed the moment she said she wasn't going to pay for it. If I was your boyfriend, I would be reconsidering the relationship with you over this. You're really dragging your feet to make this right. Get the report made and replace his camera. Interesting. You sincerely believe you're being the nice person? To her, in general, you are mistaken. She clearly feels entitled to steal from her friends, even the friends who have been super generous with her. How do you think she feels with people who are less close friends or coworkers? You've enabled her to steal from others. I guarantee you that she has. And that is partly on you if you do not file this police report. When some other less fortunate person is unable to pay their rent and she's merely skated through proven incidents of theft, you could be part of the cause that making that random stranger homeless. You have clearly not thought this through. File the police report, sue her for the full amount. Do not spend another penny on her ever. People who imagine themselves to be people pleasers do more harm than good. Yeah, that's something I actually learned. Was that Carbon VT mentioned? Yeah. Carvin's probably one of the closer friends that I've made in this space. It was actually surprising because initially I wasn't sure if I was like gonna be super close friends with Carbon. Mainly because like I just didn't really know him super well, but we've gotten to know each other like a lot better because I think he um I don't know. He's just been very generous of a person and he's just been really kind. And so it's easy to talk with him, honestly, about a bunch of different things. So yeah, it's really cool. I love Carbon. He's one of the first VTubers I watched. He is incredibly smart, especially since like for his career, he learns so much for what he needs to do. And so in his recent like streams where we have been watching a lot of like the Artemis 2 like launch in Splashdown, it was nice to see his perspective on a lot of it as someone who is very educated in that like field, which is nice. It's really nice. Um, but I'll probably reach out to like Zochi or Carbon or Jaws and see if we can like set something up. I do want to do more like one-on-one collabs with folks. I just don't really ask sometimes because I get really busy. But I know next week I'm gonna be pretty free, which is why I'm doing something with Tay. I think with Tay, it's either like a Friday collab or like a weekend collab. I think it just depends on his scheduling more than it is mine. So I have to ask. Um, but we'll be playing Reanimal. I want to play A Way Out with someone. I'm trying to find like someone who hasn't played A Way Out so I can play it with them. I nearly missed out on the NASA badge because I watched the Carbon watch along. I still got it though. Literally though. Literally though. Okay. Let's see. Oh boy, this is gonna make some. Ooh boy. Oh boy. What's A Way Out? This is A Way Out. So, basically it is. Let me pause it because it's gonna be loud. Okay. So, um, let me shift it over a bit so that you can see what this is. There we go. Zochin, you doing A Way Out would be funny. True. I'll ask. I don't know if he's played it, but I'll ask. From the creators of Brothers, A Tale of Two Sons comes out. An exclusive co-op adventure where you play the role of one of two prisoners making their daring escape from prison. What begins as a thrilling breakout quickly turns into an unpredictable emotional adventure unlike anything seen or played before. A Way Out is an experience that must be played with two players. Each player controls one of the main characters, Leo and Vincent, in a reluctant alliance to break out of prison and gain their freedom. Choose your character, Leo, a hardened inmate with escape in his sight. Leo isn't the type to make friends, no matter the obstacle. Leo is willing to get his hands dirty and do whatever it takes to get the job done. Vincent, even though he's fresh off the prison bus, Vincent is determined to break out. With quick wits and nothing left to lose, he'll prove that he's not to be underestimated by anyone inside prison or out. Together, they'll find a way out. Escaping prison with a complete stranger isn't ideal circumstances, but Leo and Vincent have too much riding on it to second guess themselves now. As freedom gets closer and closer, they'll have to learn to trust each other if they want to make it to the other side. Yeah, it's a really, really fun game. And I really, really want to find someone to play it with because I think it'll be really interesting. So I'll ask around. Because I'm actually curious if any of my friends have actually played it, and if they haven't played it, if they would love to play it with me. You know, I think it'll be really cool. Let me actually ask, have you ever played this game before? Question mark. A Way Out. Let me actually send this to Mr. Zochi. I think he might be busy right now, but I'll send it. Oh, I'll send it to Zochi first, and if Zochi can't, then I'll because I like to send like just I like to send one over time. Okay, sorry. Back to what I was doing. Have you ever played Beyond Two Souls? I have not. Actually. Okay, cool. Sorry, I got really distracted. Am I the asshole for leaving dinner early after my boyfriend's friend introduced me as the current one? So my boyfriend, 31 male, invited me to dinner with his old college group. One of his female friends, 30 female, who I've never met before, came late, looked me up and down and said, "Oh, so you're the current one. Cute." I was stunned. No one laughed, no one corrected her. My boyfriend just kind of chuckled awkwardly and changed the subject. I sat there in silence for another 20 minutes before excusing myself and leaving. I took an Uber home. He called me later and said I embarrassed him by making it a thing and that I should have just been chill because she didn't mean anything by it. She wanted me to apologize to her for walking out like a child. Am I the asshole for not tolerating that kind of blatant disrespect? Oh my god. This is a fucking situation and a half. Why is this person your boyfriend? Hello? He didn't say anything to the friend. I don't think he did. That is like never a situation that you should ever even be like involved at. Cause like what do you mean? Like the current one? Hello? What? Not the asshole. Now ex-boyfriend, right? Ha ha, not yet, but it's definitely on the table. This whole situation opened my eyes to some things I've been brushing off for too long. If he can't stand up for me in something this obvious, what happens when it's something bigger? I completely agree. Break up with this man. He does not deserve you. Hello? Also, why is it on the table? It should be shipped and loaded by now. Like this, it should have been loaded and shipped from that day forward. Why are we still together? We need to not be together. This is a crazy ass situation. Now that bitch definitely wants her man. He's a dick for not having her back. And girl, come on. You got to be a girl's girl at your age of 30? Yeah, true. Literally, though. That relationship is dead. Literally. Get out. If your boyfriend can't defend you in this situation and wants you to apologize, by the way, is crazy. Because what do you mean the current one? Is that guy like dating just like a million people or have dated a million people in the past? Like what is going on there? That's like a whole situation and a half. Hello? Crazy? Not the asshole. The people who should be embarrassed are the friend who made that remark and her boyfriend for not shutting her down. Literally, though. She needs to break up. I don't know why she's still there. She needs to break up. Oh my god. No, these type of stories piss me off. This story will piss me off. Am I the asshole for refusing my mom to wear white to my wedding, even though she claims it's her last chance to feel beautiful? I just turned 23 and I'm getting married in October. My mom and I have always had what I refer to as a rocky relationship, especially since I got engaged. She's been oddly competitive, commenting on my body, comparing our rings like we're in a competition, saying things like this day is as much about me as it is about you. I honestly thought she was joking until she showed me the dress she bought, a white floor-length gown that looks exactly like a bridal dress. And I told her flat out she cannot wear that because in my opinion, it doesn't match the occasion. She got quiet, then burst into tears, saying it's her and that this was an opportunity to feel beautiful before getting old, and that I'm selfish for not letting her have this one thing. I feel really bad about this, so I offered to go shopping with her to find something elegant and more appropriate. And all of a sudden, her um countenance changed. I don't know how to say that word. And then she told me I was controlling and ungrateful. What gave me peace was that my fiance backed me up, and so did my maid of honor. Now my mom is threatening to not come to the wedding, and my aunt is saying I should just let her have this to avoid drama. I don't think I'm wrong for drawing a line here, but a part of me wonders if I am an asshole. Don't even this is some crazy shit. This makes me mad. This makes me mad. This is your wedding. This is your big day. Do not let anyone, even your mother, show you up in this situation. She is acting like a child. What do you mean she burst into tears? This is a crazy ass situation. What is going on here? At her big age? Doing this? Even if your mom and you have had rocky relationships in the past, like this is crazy. Even if your relationship isn't good, this is like your big day. Honestly, good riddance. Good riddance. Don't even feel like you're an asshole. Good riddance. Mom doesn't have to come. Separate yourself, distance yourself from your mom. I'm not like a person who typically like is like, oh, you should not like focus on your family, because I am definitely like a family person. But this is crazy. She does not have your best interests in mind. Get out, literally. Like actually just get out. Like how is OP the one that is controlling and ungrateful when it's her wedding? Like I don't understand. Yeah, the mother wants to be the main character. That is a crazy situation to have. Marshmallow says that I hate these stories. Like, ma'am, you had your time. Let your daughter have her moment. A wedding is supposed to be about the bride and groom and not the mom of the bride and groom. Loki had this happen at my mom's wedding. We told people specifically no white, and our aunt came in white. Look, the fact that this even happens in real life, like actually people experience this kind of stuff is crazy to me. Like it's actually shocking. Um, and I actually am also just as pissed at the aunt here for this, because we are not just going to let this mom like have this to avoid the drama. I think that is the reason why the mom feels enabled, that she's able to do this type of thing, because people keep letting things that she does that is obviously bad slide. It is obvious that they're letting it slide. You know what I mean? I think that is like the main issue. Like, I think definitely that's super messed up. Super duper messed up. Because we're just enabling this type of behavior. We can't let this slide. If we let this slide, it's just going to continue to go on a slippery slope. She'll feel empowered to continue to do these super invasive things for the rest of your life. You know what I mean? Like, this is a grown child, by the way, basically. Like, what do you mean she burst into tears? Like, even if this was an opportunity to feel beautiful before getting old, it's not, though, because it's like, it's not your event. It's not focused on you. It's not your wedding. Like, why do you have to feel like you need to feel beautiful and show up to take the attention away from what is the actual occasion? And imagine growing up in a situation like this too. I agree. Like, I feel like growing up in a situation with a parent like this is truly such a shame. Also, Sauce, thank you for the daily drink. James, thanks for the daily drink too. Let me keep reading. Mother, you can look beautiful without wearing white, and like that is not your last chance to feel beautiful. Be so fucking for real. Literally. Literally. I personally want everyone to wear white whenever I get married, like Bella's dream in Twilight. And that's also fine. If that's like something that you want personally, then that's fine. I just feel like, it's like your event. What you want kind of goes because you're inviting people, And so if someone goes against what you want, that's the main issue. That's the problem. How do people think that things like this are things that they can do? How do people like that exist? Some of it is narcissism, honestly. And not just narcissism, but some of it is also just like the fact that you are just selfish and unself-aware of those around you, even if they are family or friends. Some people are just like that, unfortunately. I don't know why. It's just to them, if it isn't involving them, it doesn't matter. Is a true thought that many folks have had over time. And it is truly a shame to meet people like that, because like you just can't really interact with them. I don't know, that's crazy. Maybe it's because I'm South Asian and everyone dresses in the nines for weddings. It's never anyone's last chance to look beautiful, IMO. You can feel beautiful at any age, but this is the bride's moment. Let her have her moment. Cheerleader says, I have been 2 weddings in my lifetime. I wish for more happy occasions. I agree. Look, I mean this really seriously, but like, aging is not like a bad thing. There is a lot of beauty in aging, you know? Like, you are always going to look beautiful, okay? And so you should never be in a situation where you feel like you like are older and you feel like you don't look good because you're older, because honestly, like, that's just a natural part of life. Like, you're going to be beautiful regardless, because your character shines out from within, is my personal opinion, right? And how you are as a person shines. And so this just feels so weird to me. Like, you should not be taking like attention away from somebody's wedding, especially since it's like your kid. Ugh. So nuts. So nuts. Oh my god, this one's interesting. This one's kind of long. Okay, let's read this one. Okay. Am I the asshole for making my wife ride in the back seat because she couldn't stop distracting me? This happened over the holidays, and my wife is still upset with me over it. Our family went to visit my in laws for New Year's. It's about a 3 to 4 hour drive, mostly highway, but it takes us through 2 metro areas with pretty significant traffic. My wife, 37F, gets nervous about driving in traffic, so I always drive when we visit her family. She also tends to get car sick on longer drives and needs to sit in the front seat to help ease it. She has tried to take Dramamine, is that how you say it? In the past, but she's had a allergic reaction to it, so she doesn't take it anymore. So I'm guessing it's like an anti-nausea drug. I've never actually taken any before. Even though I do get dizzy on a lot of different things. I love my wife with all my heart, but she is not good sitting shotgun. She makes huge reactions to any change in traffic, grabbing the handle, putting her hand on the dash, gasping, telling me to watch out, etc. It's not like I'm an aggressive driver or risky driver. I've never gotten a speeding ticket or ever been in an accident. Um, but if there is a car half a mile ahead of us that puts on their brakes, she freaks out and acts like we're all about to die. It's incredibly distracting. I've talked to her multiple times about how her reactions actually makes it more difficult for me to concentrate on driving, but she says she can't control herself because she's nervous in traffic. On the way to her family's place, she sat up front with me and traffic was pretty bad. Lots of slowdowns due to the weather conditions and in general, kind of just slow going. But I've been driving in cold weather my whole life and know how to control my speed and give lots of extra space to any surrounding cars. I understand that you can't control anyone else on the road and that accidents happen, but I do everything in my control to keep my car and the people inside safe. Okay? The entire drive, my wife was on edge, making all the reactions I mentioned. It's very distracting to have someone next to you do that sort of thing while driving. I mentioned this to my wife numerous times on the drive, and she's always blamed at me for the way I was driving. When we were getting ready to head home, I told my wife she needs to sit in the back and our 14-year-old son will sit up front with me. I told her it's either that or she drives us home. She got upset with me and started giving excuses about her car sickness. I told her to take some NyQuil or something else to help her sleep, but she refuses and told me I'm being a jerk. I told her that she can drive then, and she refused that too. Eventually, she reluctantly got into the back seat with our 11-year-old daughter. The ride home was much easier traffic-wise, and my wife pretty much sat silent in the back seat the entire time pouting. When we got home, she told me she felt ill the entire drive, but didn't say anything because she didn't want to make a big deal out of anything. She told me I humiliated her by making her sit in the back and that I should be more considerate of her feelings. Hmm. Hmm. This one's interesting. What do we think here after that, like, whole scenario? This one's not immediately, like, obvious. Because, like, there's a lot of validity from both sides to an extent. Usually sitting shotgun is better than backseat for me as someone with bad motion sickness. Yeah. What are we feeling here? Because, okay. Let me think about this one. I have to think about this one a little bit. Trying to, like, recount some of the thoughts that I have here after reading this. So I think it's one of those situations where both parties to an extent have their reasons. For the husband, it's like he believes that he drives well, and it's like a safety reason for her to, like, or for him to put his wife in the back seat instead of the front seat because she distracts him so much via her reactions that he's not able to actually focus on driving and it can become dangerous, right? And to an extent, I can see that, right? And I see how that's valid for, like, a safety reason. But also, like, she did say she can't really control those reactions, right? Like, it is an uncontrollable thing, and for some people it's like real. My mom actually, this is actually a really interesting situation because I actually lived through this situation. So my mom is kind of like this too, where she does not like traffic, and does, like, grab the handle, like the side, like the of her seat, and, like, gas and, like, does, like, make, like, kind of exaggerated noises when we're driving in bad traffic. And my dad usually is the one driving, and he's like pretty good at driving. Um, and my dad has always talked about how it is really annoying because you just get hella distracted. Um, but my mom is really genuine when she says that like she can't control it, if that makes any sense. It's something that is like not really super controllable for her. She just can't help but feel a little bit worried or scared in that kind of situation. So this one's hard because like putting her, but and then she also like doesn't like the back seat because she feels sick, like physically ill because of the motion sickness, and she's not able to take like anti-nausea meds because she's allergic to it. So then what is the right call here? Because he's doing it for safety reasons, right? For putting her back there. But she like doesn't want to be back there because it like makes her physically ill, on top of the fact that like I feel like they should have talked about this more. When I was getting enough hours for my permit test years ago, my mom would throw her arm across my chest when we basically did anything with the gasping and screaming in my ear. My mom did the same thing, kind of, and it was really distracting. It was really distracting. Oh, this one's hard, I feel like. Also, Elsie, thanks for the daily drink. Also, thanks for being here. I hope you're doing well today. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How's everything been? We're just reading the Am I the Asshole subreddit for funsies today because I enjoy doing it. It's very fun. It's very cool. Um, yeah, I don't know. This is like a whole situation, huh? Hmm. I don't think either party is wrong, but it is definitely a situation where they got to figure out what to do. Like either she finds a medicine that doesn't make her feel sick, or he just tries to get more used to it after sitting and having a chat about it. Yeah, like I feel like this is one of those situations where it's like a genuine issue where not one person is necessarily like wrong. It is more or less like how are you going to manage this going forward? Hi, Junie. It's good to see you too. Thanks for stopping by. How's your day been? Hopefully, it's been good. Hi. It's kind of the way that she's able to be quiet in the back where she's still sick but unable to be quiet at the front. That makes me think the back seat is unfortunately the safer option if she can't find anything else. Yeah. I was kind of thinking that too. It just feels bad though. Let me read what other people think on Reddit. I would rather drive through a tornado storm again than go through that experience again. That would be crazy. Hi, TikToky. It's good to see you. I've been resting, been very sickly and losing my voice. I see, Junie. I'm so sorry to hear that. Please rest up well. Oh my God, everyone, please tell Junie to feel better and rest well. That's such a crazy thing to go through. Don't be sick. I hate being sick. I actually was almost sick like a few days ago because I was getting like symptoms of being sick, but they kind of passed because I had one of those like preemptive medicines. Your feelings matter, but you proved on the way home you can control your actions, which is what I'm going to ask you to do. My request is not about feelings, but actions, which makes us unsafe. That's fair. I think everyone is in the general consensus that like it's in the general consensus that it's probably just best for her to stay in the back just for safety reasons. Even if it does make her uncomfortable, because it's either like you feel a little bit nauseous and a little bit physically sick sitting in the back, or you get into a traffic accident, which like, okay, realistically, like what is the better choice there? Either traffic accident or sitting in the back car, like in the back seat, right? Like, I don't know. But I will say they probably should have had this conversation in advance, and ironed it out before making an ultimatum of like either you drive home or sit in the back seat. I feel like they should have talked about this initially. That's my personal opinion. That's just me though. That's just me though, personally. Elsie says, I'm just tired. It's a surprise chore day for me because I forgot to schedule a few things today. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that too. Hopefully all the chores are well. Also, I have an ad break coming up soon. So I will probably do a little BRB break for some of the folks that are don't have subs and stuff like that. I'm making a list of places to travel to around the world. I'm gonna add South Africa to the list and a Capybara Cafe to go to. Ooh, Capybara Cafe sounds fun. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no. Add. Seems cool. Okay. Here we go. Bum bum bum. Am I the asshole for calling my friend's husband a useless piece of shit? Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm curious. This one's gonna be a fun one. So we're starting off strong. This is a strong statement. Holy moly. Am I the asshole for calling my friend's husband a useless piece of shit? Holy. You can't go back to ad jail. You might have to go. You might have to be chained up. Holy moly. This one's kind of a crazy one. Oh man, gotta have to think about this one. Not the asshole because that's funny. True. No. I'm gonna read it after the ad break so we don't get interrupted. But this one's kind of interesting to me. I'm not gonna lie to you. This one's definitely a thinker. Definitely a thinker. Definitely got to be thinking about this one. Okay, there's the ad break. We'll be right back. Oh, I'm muted. Holy guacamole, we're back. We are so back. Sorry, I was definitely not doing something weird in somebody else's chat for like half a second there while we were in the ad break. Totally normal day of no issues whatsoever. Hi everyone, welcome back from the little ad purgatory that you were in for a little bit. We're still reading our Reddit "Am I the Asshole" thingamajags right now at the current moment. And the current one is, am I an asshole for calling my friend's husband a useless piece of shit? Also, Junie, what the heck? Thanks for the 65 stream streak. Whoa, wait, what? That's crazy. 65 is nuts. Hello, thank you. That's so kind of you. Oh my gosh, okay. My best friend and her husband have 4 kids. 8 female, 6 female, 4 female, and 3 female. Oh my gosh. They had 4 kids and they were all girls. That's crazy too. The odds of that are pretty interesting. I had an uncle who actually was in this like very similar situation. Wow, that's actually crazy. Popping babies. That's what I'm saying. Holy. Okay. That's so funny. My friend's husband is a great dad when someone is there to help. When he's alone with all 4 kids, he gets overwhelmed and freezes. Okay. Okay. A few weeks ago, my friend was sick, so I brought over dinner. We thought it was just a bad cold. When we were eating, my friend went to the bathroom and the 3-year-old followed her. 3-year-old came running out saying her mom was throwing up. All of the kids ran to the bathroom, followed by me and my friend's husband. I helped her clean up while her husband went to go get her nausea medication and a thermometer. When he came back, I asked him to get the kids out of the bathroom so she could have some space. After we got the kids out, I took her temp and it came back at almost 104. So I went out to get her some Tylenol and water. I get back and the kids are all in the bathroom again because their dad can't keep them away from the bathroom for 2 minutes. I give her the Tylenol and water and she almost immediately starts to vomit again, then passes out. Her husband just kind of stood there while I was trying to get her into recovery position, get the kids away from her, and call 911. I managed to get all of them out of the bathroom, and her husband is coming back every 20 seconds asking if I can call their nanny to help with the kids, if I can go to the hospital with her. Did I start the dishwasher, or does he need to hand wash the youngest sippy cup, etc.? When my friend regained consciousness, he even started asking her how to do bedtime for the little ones. Did she wash their pajamas yet? Did they get screen time that day, or can he put on a movie? I told him his wife couldn't hold his hand right now, and he just had to figure it out. He told me he's not usually the one that deals with this, and he's trying his best. Then he goes back to asking what stories the kids like, what settings does he put the music machine on, and how do they like their milk. I just snapped at him and told him to figure it out on his own, and called him a useless piece of shit. It's been nearly a month and he still acts all pissy when I stop by the house. My friend says he'll get over it, but my boyfriend thinks I was unnecessarily rude and he was trying his best. Am I an asshole for calling him a useless piece of shit when he couldn't handle his own kids while his wife was experiencing a medical emergency? What are our opinions here? What are our opinions here? I have very strong feelings here, but I feel like I'm gonna be really mean when I talk about it. This is not doing his best. He wasn't doing anything. I mean, to be fair, that might have been his best. How incompetent it was, it might have been. Though I want you to know that I am not defending this man. I have very strong opinions about this. I'm just trying to gauge like what everyone else thinks before I start going off. Not the asshole. It was an emergency, and my husband does that. And my husband does that, I will be upset. I have very strong feelings about this. I actually do think that like not an asshole for OP. The mom was still doing things just through him. Yeah. I just think that Home Dog is a bit useless. I agree. Okay. I feel like in this particular situation, the husband was dead useless because what do you mean you're sitting there freaking out the way that you did? As someone who had a father like this, I don't think she's the ass. I think about it this way. How often does he spend time with his kids? Like, dude, your wife is in the fucking hospital. You need to step up, literally. Um I don't know if I've ever told you guys this before. Some of my community already knows, like the longer standing members probably already know this. I was in a super super bad car crash like a few years ago. Like not even that long ago. It was a really really bad car crash. Um my entire family was involved in that crash. My dad like had a completely dislocated like shoulder. My mom had a pneumothorax in her lung. So basically that's like a small hole in her lung and she like cracked like a rib. My sister had like internal bruising all up in her lungs and her body and stuff all the way. It was like a 60 mile per hour crash. Like it was a crazy crash. Like I'm talking like legitimately like fucking like we were driving and then we get hit and it was just bang, we went flying, like kind of crash. Like it was a crazy crash. um Everyone got out safe. We're all fine. All of us healed 100%. I want to just preference and say that. I want you to know I came out of this crash without a single bruise, really at all. I had one bruise on my leg near like my knee, but that was it. I came out pretty much unscathed completely. Very lucky. And everyone was out. Like, I mean, like the car was on its side. Like, the car was on the side of the ground. We hit a fire hydrant. There's water spraying in certain areas, right? It felt like the car rolled multiple times after it stopped. Um, and the doors on one side of the entire car was completely welded together. Like you could not, it was crushed completely. Could not get out. Um, and a bunch of people tried to help us, obviously, because they saw the car crash and they were trying to help us and everything like that. I was the only conscious one. So legitimately had to step up and tell like the police, the ambulance, everyone there, like what happened, what to do, making decisions for both my parents and my sister because all of them were completely just out. You know, the ambulance took them to the hospital. And then after that, I had to sit there at the car wreck by myself. Everyone else is at the hospital. The ambulance even told me if I wanted to go with them. I said, no, one, I don't want to pay for the ambulance because it's another charge that we're going to have to pay. And a lot of us didn't have medical insurance at the time. And then I was telling them I can't really go because one, it's really too expensive. Also, the keys to the house are still in the car. So I have to go back into the wreck, get that. All of the phones and other like things were still in the car. Had to go back to go get that too. And so like I had a lot of help from my friends because they all showed up to help me out. But the fact is, you kind of have to step up in these type of situations because there's really not another option. There's really no other option, unfortunately. You just have to kind of step up and do something about it. And I just did. That's exactly what I did because what else can you really do there? You know? Um, it was a really tough situation too because it was really sad. The reason why we were driving that day was to go and pick up my sister's school supplies for her first year of college. That was starting in like 3 days. She had to like move in the next day, or the next like few days. She had to like move into her dorm. Um, so we ended up finding somebody else after my like sister healed up because she was also the second like less bruised and stuff. She healed up and then we got like a family member take them to school because it was like a long drive, but that was like a whole situation. The reason that I bring that up is because like in this type of situation, like when your wife or whoever, like friend, wife, whatever, family member is in a situation where they are having a medical emergency, you kind of have to take initiative and be able to do things. Like it doesn't have to be perfect and you don't have to do everything like 100% super thorough. Just do the best that you can. You know, you have 4 kids that rely on you, 8, 6, 4, and 3. Like, why do you need to sit there? Like, one, did you start the dishwasher? Can you do that? Can you start the dishwasher? Can you call the nanny? You know what I mean? You know, and if you feel like you need to wash the youngest sippy cup, do it. You know what I mean? And what do you mean how to do bedtime for the little ones? Just do bedtime. Put them into bed. Did she wash their pajamas yet? Wash the pajamas then. Did they get screen time for that day? Why does that matter? People don't need the iPad all the day or the whole day. Can he put on a movie? Why doesn't he just do that? There's no right or wrong answers to parenting. Like, what? Like, you just need to figure it out. You just need to do it. What kind of stories do the kids like? Just read a story. They're kids. What setting does he need to put the sound machine on? Just turn it on and see what works. How do they like their milk? Just give them the fucking milk. Are we serious? Like, what are you doing? Like, this is crazy. This guy is just as useless as the kids. Because, like, oh my God, the wife is a mother of 5. Am I wrong to say, is that mean to say? Is that mean to say? I'm so sorry to say that if that's mean, but like, she's a mother to 5. Like, come on. Like, come on though. Like, hi librarian, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Also 747 Royale, thank you so much. And also Candace, thank you for being here too. Welcome in. Like, but like, that's crazy though. At this point, she's a single mother with a man. Like, I understand there are certain relationship dynamics where one person in the relationship, like, usually typically has, like, maybe potentially slightly more, like, sway and decision-making power. It happens. There's nothing necessarily wrong with that, in my personal opinion. There really isn't, right? But it's like, come on, you gotta be able to do something for yourself. Like, how have you lived your life? Like, if, let's just say, like, you weren't with this person, you know, like, how would you be living your life going forward? Like, you got to actually do something for yourself. You can't keep relying on other people. I fear this kind of marriage and family dynamic may it never find me. Yes, people need to learn to be independent. That's why I'm actually really big on people like living their own lives, going to college and doing things before they get into relationships sometimes, or even if they are in a relationship, being able to do things out in the real world by themselves, because it just makes them more well-rounded and someone who doesn't rely on somebody else's generosity or expertise to live their life, because they're able to problem solve and do things for themselves. Like, come on. This is not a very foreign concept, in my personal opinion. This is not. It is a little ridiculous. It is kind of very ridiculous, in my personal opinion. Like, how can you think your wife is in any condition to answer you? But literally, though. Agreed. I dated someone who lived with their parents, and their perspective is so hard. Like, here's the thing. Relying on your significant other is not necessarily a bad thing, right? If they have better expertise or they do things better than you, then prioritizing what you do better is not a bad thing. And sharing the burden is never a bad thing either. But this guy legitimately does not know how to take care of his own kids, even at a most basic level. And that just also shows the lack of care that he has. Because even if you're the type of person, like maybe you divided your responsibilities up to where she's mostly taking care of the kids and you do other things around the house, you do pick up things over time. You know what I mean? Of like what your kids' preferences are, or like how your wife slash significant other is able to take care of his. You pick these things up. And because you pick these things up, if push comes to shove, you can use that information to take care of her role temporarily while she's incapacitated or in with like a medical emergency, yada yada yada. You know what I mean? And the fact that he's not able to do that just shows the lack of attention that he even puts on what his wife does and the kids themselves, too. That's just me. That's my opinion. Like, think about how your wife was able to find these things out. No, but literally, takes two to tangle. Literally. This is this was a good one, low key. I felt a lot more heated than I thought with that one. Oh gosh. What is this? What is this one? Am I the asshole for taking unnecessary money out of my daughter's pocket? Basically, I have a daughter, Emily, 16F, from a previous marriage. My wife, Sasha, has a son the same age, Mark, 16, male. Mark doesn't stay with us that often. He prefers to stay with his biological dad. That being said, when he is here, I find Mark to be a pretty good kid, polite and respectful. His dad decides to take a trip for work in the last few weeks of school, so Mark's here for a bit. He's out of the house most of the time and doesn't take up much space. He does get kind of grumpy when there's too much going on around him, especially noise, but for that, his favorite things are those expensive noise canceling headphones, which he almost always has with him, a present from his biological dad. Emily's school has already finished, so she's staying home. The problem is, uh, the problem is that the room Mark is sometimes has miscellaneous items put in when he's not here, and therefore Emily seems to think it's fair game to go through his stuff. I've told her to stop, but Sasha hasn't been taking it seriously, IMO, saying that most of Mark's stuff is easy to replace. The big problem happened when Mark accidentally left his headphones in his room, and Emily accidentally snapped them. Oh, fuck. Mark found out when he came home from school and flipped. He shouted at her, saying she was spoiled without anything to back it up. Loud enough that my wife and I heard it from the other room. Sasha wanted me to calm things down, which I did, but I also told Emily she's replacing them. Thing is, Mark's dad offered have someone with him a new pair immediately and that it wasn't a problem. And I said Emily would pay him back and I'm sticking with it. Oh, interesting. Emily and Sasha think it's unfair since Mark's dad can afford to buy 10 more, but I don't think you get to break someone's stuff and not pay for it. Those aren't the values I was raised with or what I want for W dad. W dad. W dad. Those are not the values I was raised with and what I want for my daughter. That being said, I do realize in this case it's kind of unnecessary and there may be better ways to make her make it. No. I actually 100%, even if Mark's biological dad can buy 10, 20, 30, 50, whatever, I think telling your child early on to be able to take the responsibility that if something did go bad and something did go wrong and you did fuck something up, to take responsibility for your fuck ups, that is good parenting. That is just good parenting overall. Not many people would do this, by the way. Like, I think that he is not an asshole for this. This is perfect. This is like, you have to understand that this is a teaching moment. Even if Mark's dad is generous and can buy like another pair for Mark, which we're not saying that he can't. I mean, if Mark needs it at this like current moment, I think having the dad buy it for Mark is fine, but Emily does still need to pay back at least the monetary cost of it because it's a teaching experience, being raised with certain values and being like kind of understanding that there are consequences to the actions that you do is very important, because the whole point of this entire scenario is that like she was warned even before going in that she should not be touching other people's stuff. Because there is always a chance that you might end up breaking their stuff because it's not yours. It's not your stuff. That's the whole point. So I think this is just good parenting. Like, genuinely, this is very rare to see. Actions have consequences. Not many children know this exactly. She needs to learn responsibility, and she was repeatedly told not to do this. Literally. Got to teach the kid that breaking stuff and not expecting consequences is not how the real world works. I do think so too. I think that this prevents your kids from being spoiled, and it actually teaches them something going forward. Ooh, this is a good point too. This is a really good point. I'm sorry, but there is no way a 16-year-old snapshot headphones accidentally, especially good quality noise canceling ones. I think your daughter knew exactly what she was doing. She probably knew the importance to him too. She should pay back regardless. She should apologize sincerely, and then you all clean his room out when he's not present. Whenever he's not present, it is locked. He gets the key, not the asshole. Also, Demi, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. Welcome in. We're just reading Reddit Am I the Asshole stories. I find it sad that his own biological mother thinks it's not something that this new sister of his should replace. And at that age, this teenager, probably sensitive, probably feels betrayed. I agree. It might be worth bringing her to counseling. She's probably angry, or perhaps she's angry about your relationship with Sasha and punishing your stepson. Oh. I mean, this is jumping to conclusions to an extent because we don't know their relationship dynamic. But I mean, it's all a possibility. I do agree that with headphones specifically, like, I've never snapped nice. Like, I have a few nice, like, noise canceling headphones. They don't just break down like that. Plus, like, we're talking like these aren't kids. These are 16-year-olds. They're like teenagers. Like, not to mess around with like tech like that. That's also a thing to consider. That's fair. Hi, Dem. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping by. I really appreciate it. It's really nice to have you here. Yeah, we're just reading Reddit Am I the Asshole stories. Once again, my name is Treat. I am a Capybara barista VTuber. I run a Capybara cafe called the Capybara. I hope you're doing well. Okay, yeah. A saying that I like is kids are feral, not stupid. How does she snap them? Literally, though. I don't think I've ever snapped like a pair of headphones like that before. And I've done some very egregious things to my headphones for stream things in the past, like throwing them around and stuff. So, kind of crazy. Let's see. Ooh. Okay. Am I the asshole? My parents are forcing me to pay for my brother's grad school using money they never told me about. I've 30F have been financially independent since graduating college. I've worked practically full time while studying, recently paid off my student loans on my own, and just started saving to buy a house. I didn't apply to grad school because I couldn't afford it, and my parents made it pretty clear growing up that we need to stand up on our own after high school. My brother, 22 male, is honestly a genius. He's worked really hard in school, got a full academic ride to a great state school, and graduated with honors. I'm so proud of him. The problem now is he recently got into an extremely prestigious grad program that would open a lot of doors for him. He was hoping for scholarships or a paid internship to cover most of it, but that's not enough. Now he's facing tuition and housing costs in one of the most expensive cities in the country. My parents asked if I could help out and suggested I contribute around $15,000 to get him through the first year. They'd match it and he'd take loans for the rest. I said no. I've been working for over a decade on my own goals, and I just now started saving for a house. I don't feel comfortable putting that on hold, especially since I had to turn down opportunities because there was no help available to me. During the conversation, my mom got frustrated and said that they'd be using my other fund to help him instead. I asked what she meant, and she said they had set aside about $25,000 for me back when I was in college, meaning meant to be used for a future wedding. I was completely blindsided. I had no idea this fund existed. I asked why I wasn't told about it whenever I was considering grad school or now that I'm saving for a home. She said it was always intended for a wedding, not school or property. And since I haven't needed it, I'm not engaged or in a relationship, they decided to give it to my brother because he has a more immediate need. I'm not going to lie, I was pissed. I never got a chance to make a case for how I could have used that money, and now it's just being handed over to someone else. I told them I feel hurt and left out. My mom said I was being unfair and that the money was never promised. And if I didn't want it for a wedding, then it made sense to use it for something meaningful. My brother told me he didn't know about the wedding fund either, and he understands why I'd be upset, but he said he didn't ask for it. He just wants to go to school and thought we were all just trying to support each other. I know my brother worked hard and isn't trying to take anything from me, but I can't feel like my parents are punishing me for being practical. Oh, parents have favorites. I agree. I agree. This one's I feel so bad for the kids too. Because it's clear that the sister and the brother have a good relationship, right? But I think the parents are just being silly about this. That's called favoritism. It reminds me of the Mashimo ideas. You can tell they're valuing the son. Yes, the case of the golden child. I agree. I I think, okay, here are my opinions. I think that it was valid for the parents to ask if the sister wanted to help out, especially since the parents are going to match like what the sister was going to help out with. However, the sister should have the freedom to say no. And if she says no because she has her own life, then that situation is done. That is fine, right? This is something that has actually happened in the past in my family, where one of my like cousins went to school, and her sister actually helped a little bit because she's a lot older. She actually helped a little bit with his schooling, but that's because she wanted to, because they have a really close relationship, and she made the decision to do so, not that the parents asked her to, right? So the parents asking the sister initially is fine. That is not a problem. And her saying no is also fine, right? I think it's crazy that the 25,000 was not used for her to go to grad school. That is favoritism. Because why are you holding that money on? Right? Only to give it to the brother too. Like, I get what the parents are saying in that this money was never guaranteed to the sister, but the fact that you're using that money and like giving it to one over the other is favoritism. Hi, Kawaii. Thanks for the daily drink. Favoritism, but also a little bit of that parental sexism. That fund was for her eventual wedding, but not school. But when her brother needed it for school, they wanted to use it for that. That says everything about what they value between the gender of their kids. I can see that. I definitely can see that. My grandmother on my father's side told me I was her favorite whenever she brushed her hair, and even I knew that was wrong. I'm so sorry you went through something like that. That is crazy. Oh my gosh. James says, whenever I was a child, I was literally told by my mom that I was the least favorite. Parents should never say that. That's so fucked up. Hi, I hope you're doing well too. Thanks for stopping by. We're reading Am I an Asshole subreddit right now, and some of the stories are actually genuinely insane, but they're pretty interesting, low-key. Wow, though. This hurts to read. I'm not gonna lie. This like just shows how there is a lot of favoritism sometimes where there should really not be. It's like saying, "Hey, we know you wanted to go further in life with your education, but your brother matters more right now." Like being the youngest of five sucks. Never told I wasn't the favorite, but there were signs. Yes, because you see it. You see it in how they like treat, cuz like golden child syndrome is like a real thing. Oh my gosh. Not the asshole. Not surprised they saved it for a wedding since you are female and they won't let you use it for school or something else. But they can't let their precious golden child son go without it. Go without. If I were you, I would go no contact with your parents. I suspect this is one This is a one-off of your brother getting special treatment. And then OP says, they've never favored him like this before. I tried to point out that I paid off my student loans just fine and it wouldn't kill him to have to do the same. I agree. Never favored him like this before that you know of. My mom liked to sneak covering expenses for my siblings and not me, oldest girl, to avoid a conversation about why. Who knows? Maybe they've covered other things for him and you weren't aware. They helped me save a ton of money whenever I was in college by living at home instead of the dorms. I basically had no expenses besides my car, gas, insurance, repairs, etc., and tuition. Never asked for rent or chipped in on food or household stuff. I moved out of college. My brother is currently at home, graduating in early December, and he's paying rent to my parents. I don't know. This is weird because she's like saying all these things, and people are like saying that maybe it's like favoritism, but she's like deflecting back, saying that it's not favoritism. Because like she never had to pay rent whenever she was in school and she could live at home and not have to chip in. But now she's saying that the brother who's currently at home, he's like paying rent and he has to chip in. So it's like is she like means it's like favoritism to her? I don't know. I don't know what she's doing. I don't know what she's doing. I'm a bit confused here. So like does she believe that her parents are having favoritism to the brother or not? Because the way that she's wording it is saying that like she doesn't think it is, and that they've never done this in the past before. Denial is a denial is a river. I think it is a little bit of a denial thing. Not the asshole. Your parents are completely sexist. It was okay to save for your wedding, but not your education. It's okay to give it to your brother for his education, but it seems he does not have a wedding fund. Mom and dad are assholes. Allegedly, they have money set aside for both of us. My mom said I didn't want to go to grad school since I never applied, or they might have had a discussion back then about the money. I think that's BS. What the fuck? Sounds like she wants to give him the benefit of the doubt because it's hard to accept that as a reality suddenly. I agree. I actually feel like that's similar to what I'm thinking too. I think she is struggling to come to terms with this because no one really like wants to feel like your parents don't cherish you as much as like your siblings. Even it's clear though. It's very clear that OP has a very strong relationship with her brother. Like they have a good sibling relationship. But even then, like, I think she is kind of in denial, though, because you can have a strong relationship with your siblings, but still understand that, like, there is preferential treatment. You know what I mean? My mom's favorite child is the dog. That's so funny. Malicious compliance. Find a friend, male or female, who would go through a fake marriage with you. Pick a venue. Look at a dress. Look at invitations. Call their bluff. That's funny. Hi, Wolfie. It's good to see you too. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you're doing well. What the heck? Damn. Damn. This was a whole story and a half. Holy shit. Hmm. Trying to find like a good one here. Oh, interesting. Siblings are a weird relationship to navigate, to be frank. Yeah. Am I the asshole for giving my daughter $60 a week, but my son nothing? Okay. Okay. I, 45F, have two kids, 17F and 15M. We moved earlier this year to be closer to my parents as my parents' health is declining. My daughter was excited about the move, but my son has struggled to adjust. Due to the move, my job shifted to hybrid and I need a work from home setup. My bedroom is too small and the only options were the lounge or one of the kids' rooms during school hours. I proposed this to them. My son flat out refused, no way in hell, but my daughter offered her room and half joked about charging me rent for the space. I thought it was fair, as I get a $20 a day work from home allowance. I agreed to give it to her if she was okay with me setting up a small office in her room. I work from 8:30 to 5, and she usually starts homework right after I finish, so it worked out well. Now the issue. My son is pissed that his sister is getting $60. I don't do regular allowances, just canteen money, about $10 a week, and other needs as they come up. I told him he has the same opportunity and was now shit out of luck. He got angry and brought up the move, saying he never gets to see his friends. For the record, I drive them back to visit every 2 weeks for visits. I told him I understand his feelings, but I said I wouldn't tolerate being spoken to like shit. He then started an argument with his sister too, going in on her for being an opportunistic bitch, and she called him a whiny little asshole. To cool off, I offered one of them the option to stay at their grandparents for the night, not as a punishment, but to break the tension. My son opted to go, and while dropping him off, my mom told me I was favoring my daughter and should be paying them equally. My dad disagreed, saying my son had the chance. Oh yeah, no, don't do. Okay, okay. I think she's not the fucking asshole. Bro, is it just a teenager thing? I don't know. This not the asshole. She's letting him, or she let him use her space and he's compensating her. Honestly, I wish I had that whenever I was at. No, but literally though, the mom decides, like, okay, basically to break it down, mom asks her kids, like, I need one of your rooms to do my like hybrid work at home when you're like not using it. Son says no. Okay, that's fine. She didn't make a big deal out of that. Daughter says yes. And then the daughter's just like, oh, like jokingly, like, what if I charged you rent? And then the mom was just like, yeah, sure. Why not? You are letting me use your room. It is your privacy and stuff. So I should compensate you because you are letting me use your room. Even though it is like my house and everything like that, you are letting me use your room. No, the son definitely for sure is like, I understand the frustration with moving. I say that I understand the frustration with moving because I am a child who moved when I was younger. I moved whenever I was 8, whenever I was 10, whenever I was like a lot younger. I moved twice to different positions. I lost friends and I just made new ones. Adjusting is different for every single person for sure, but you can't blame your parents for making those type of decisions because at the end of the day, they have so much responsibility on their shoulders to make a living and to be able to pay the bills so that you do live the life that you have. If it's not viable to stay at the location that they stay at, like, then they have to make the hard decision to move, even if it makes, like, your friend situation a little bit more tough. I mean, she still drives them back so that they can visit their friends and stuff. I mean, sure, it's not the same. I don't know. This is a situation where I think the kid is just too young. Like, he doesn't really know any better to an extent. But I feel like he feels entitled in a way and a bit spoiled. There definitely needs to be more conversation here about this, overall. She is not the ass. Come on. She asked both kids and is just paying her kid to to let her use the room. She could have just gone in, but she asked and is paying. Son is just whining about nothing, literally. Moving is hard no matter the age, but getting pissed off and starting arguments with your sibling because of a deal she made to help your parent out is just ridiculous. Literally. Literally. Treat, my cat says hi. Hi. Hope cat's doing well. Hello. ETA. The conversation took place over the course of the afternoon. I didn't immediately agree to the deal with my daughter. I offered it to my son first, who reiterated hell no and get the fuck out of my room. I should also mention the reason I have the smallest room is due to the lack of insulation, the ceiling and flooring making it damp, and we also heading into winter. I wasn't sending either kid. See, that's what's even crazier. The mom, that's what is even crazier. The mom is disrespected. And also, she has the smallest room in the house because she doesn't want her kids to be in a damp room with lack of insulation. The room also fits a single bed and a set of drawers, which is essentially no other space at all. We own the house, and I don't have spare cash to get it insulated at the moment. Dude, the audacity. This is crazy. to speak to your parents like that, like, okay, some parents aren't great parents. I understand that. Okay. So, like, if you don't have good parents, I know many people who don't have good parents, very valid. Okay. Very valid in how you feel and stuff like that. Okay. But like, this seems like a good mom. She's paying her kids, even though she didn't really need to do that, to use their room, right? That's one thing. Also, she put herself purposefully in the worst room of the house to spare the kids of being going into a room that's like damp, has lack of insulation, all of these different things. This is a good mom. This is a good mom. The lion, the witch, and the audacity of this bitch is crazy. She's a good mom, dude. She's prioritizing her kids over her own comfort. That's what I'm saying. The son is an ass. I'm sorry. At 15, he should still know better than to argue like that. No, but like, to call your mom and to say like, get the fuck out of my room is crazy. Because here's the thing. The mom owns the house. It's not your house at the end of the day. She's letting you use that room. Yes, you are her kid. There are certain privileges that you have, and your parents should be helping you and treating you in certain ways. But like, come on. I mean this really genuinely when I say this, but like, there has to be, especially for good parents, there has to be some grace given to them. We can't keep arguing with parents like this, unironically. Holy moly. Not an asshole. There is a real cost to your daughter to be sharing her room. She is giving up some of her privacy, likely has to keep things tidier, etc., and genuinely doesn't get a space that feels fully hers. She has decided that it's worth it for her for $60 a week. It would be extremely unfair if the son got that same money for literally doing nothing. The only way I'd potentially give him some of the money is that if the office moved between the two rooms and on alternate weeks or months, depending on how hard it is to move the office setup, he gave up his room. I agree. Oh my god, I'm naked again. Um I agree. Let's see. Bum bum bum. Offer your son a job, like weekly, a couple of things to do. It could be things like taking out the garbage or yard work or even vacuuming. The way that he has an opportunity to receive money too. Not an asshole. I'm with your dad. Your daughter took the option to co-share her room and come up with a win-win situation. If your son had been less angry with you over the move, he might have come up with a similar situation. Too bad that your son is having such a hard time with the move, but you have a right. But you're right that he has no call to treat you like crap or talk to you like crap. Hopefully things will calm down eventually and that your son will start making new friends. Agreed. Hi, Fluffy. Thanks for the 25 stream streak. I just want cleavage. I'm not responsible for the rest of the clothes going missing. True. I get you. LMAO, I got rejected, so I'm soaking outside before the next game. I see. I'm so sorry. I saw the Discord like stuff. Oh, I'm so sorry. Gosh. My mom would have made me wish I'd never been born. Yeah. You told Shen to shoot their shot, so I did too. You failed me. No. The love guru. No. My legacy. Let's see. What is this? Am I the asshole for telling my roommate's friend about my heritage? What? How are you being an asshole for that? I feel like we need more clarification. We need to read this. Okay. I, 21, a female, and half Mexican and half Chinese. My parents came to the US before I was born, but thought it was very important for me to learn their native languages and participate in both of their cultures. I agree. That's good. Even though you are in the US, right? I do think that learning about your native language, learning about like native history, participating in culture just makes you a more well-rounded person connected to your roots. And it can really help with solidifying your identity in life going forward. It's actually really important, as I am actually in a very similar situation where I am from like a minority group, and so it is nice to learn more about my culture and learn more about the things that that I should, like, my parents do and what they've done in the past, and it's really interesting stuff. I do think it's really important. My parent, or let's see, because of this, I can speak Spanish and Mandarin. Awesome. Multilingual. That's great. Awesome. Spanish and Mandarin, those are really useful. I want you to know, being able to speak Spanish and Mandarin, very useful thing. There is a huge Spanish speaking population in the US. And a lot of Chinese people like do a lot of their business through Mandarin. So this is like really, really, really valuable, like learning languages. Both of my parents love cooking, so growing up we ate a lot of traditional Mexican and Chinese dishes, as well as some blended fusion meals as well. Okay, cool. Food, cuisine, awesome. A few nights ago, I was cooking dinner at my apartment. I was making one of those fusion dishes, but I got stuck on a particular step. So I called my mom to ask for help, and we talked in Spanish. I was on the phone while my roommate, Anne, 23 female, came home with her friends, who I was not told they were coming over. Later, one of the guys from the group came into the kitchen and asked what I was making because it smelled good. I explained the dish was created by my parents to blend Mexican and Chinese cuisine. He then asked why I was speaking on the phone in Spanish earlier, so I told him that I'm half Mexican and half Chinese, and I grew up speaking both Spanish and Mandarin with my parents. He seemed genuinely interested and asked me more about the languages and the cooking, so we ended up talking for a while about my background and how food and language are such a big part of my life. Okay, yeah. This guy's just being considerate, interested, right? She's explaining her heritage and why certain things are the way that that is. That's fine. That's good. That's normal. That's really okay. Oh gosh. This is starting off good so far. What's going on here? Um Also, Aster, it's good to see you. Yeah, the debut has happened. I hope you like the new model and everything like that. It's been 5 days since the debut, basically. Okay, here we go. The next day, I found out through my other roommate that Anne had told her I was showing off and flirting with her friend. This pissed me off because I wasn't trying to flirt with him, and he was the one who started the conversation with me. I tried to talk to Anne about this, but she just seemed annoyed and told me it was obvious how it looked and I should be more mindful when she has her friends over. I told her that I can't be mindful if she doesn't even warn me about having company over. She said that she doesn't have to get my permission to invite people to the apartment. I was getting irritated by this point, so I let the conversation die down after this. It's been so awkward ever since this happened, and every time I see her, she's short with me and barely acknowledges me. I'm starting to wonder if I behaved out of line. No. Oh, brother. Boo hoo. Boo hoo. Okay. What if she wanted to flirt? Let's just say she wanted to flirt. What if she wanted to flirt? Is that really any of your business, though? Let's be real here. Like, before we even get into like my actual argument, what if she did like this dude? What does it have to do with you? You and this guy is just friends. You're just friends, man. It's so harmless. Bro is just treating him like any other friend. No, but literally. I can't speak any other language other than English, but I can understand German, Spanish, and very little Japanese. Yup. She was in her own lane. The other party came over with interest in talking. That does not have to equivalent to flirting, especially when she did absolutely nothing more than just being a person answering questions. But literally though, crazy situation. No, but here's the thing. Apparently, roommate situations like this are super common. I have heard horrific horror stories about roommate situations similar to this from friends and family. Some people are genuinely unreal, like actually unreal. I don't know. I've been, once again, very blessed to actually have met amazing roommates that I still occasionally talk to, and we are friends. But like some people go like crazy roommate situations. It's tough living with people that you don't know because some people are genuinely just freaks. Doesn't need permission to invite people over, but I heard you're supposed to at least give a heads up when you have people coming over. I agree. It's just appropriate. It's just appropriate. Such a non-issue. Yeah. I mean, I feel like non-issues happen a lot though. A lot of roommate situations are basically non-issues taken to an extreme, right? Like taking to an extreme at that point. I don't know. I don't know. Also, Pigeon, thank you for the 40 stream streak. I appreciate it. For real, what if she was in her underwear? No, but literally though. At least warn your roommate a few hours before, a day at max. I agree. I hated my first round of roommates to the point where I went to gender inclusive housing just to get away from an all women dorm. Horrible experience. I never wanted to have roommates when once I can move out because of the horror stories that I've heard. Yes. Yes. If you're able to not have roommates, or at least room with someone that you know, it can be a much better situation. I mean, it's a hit or miss because I have met some very amazing people. Like some of my roommates are genuinely amazing people, but that's few and far between in my personal opinion. It is most definitely few and far between. Not not very common to meet people like that. So very lucky from my part. My old roommate was actually a theater major, and funny enough, he I think was actually going to Broadway. He was really nice, very talented. He actually like did like plays and stuff, like officially were a part like as an actor for a bunch of huge plays like that my school hosted, and he had plans of going into Broadway. Like he like the school that I was at was very well connected, and he actually like was really well connected too, and his parents and stuff were too, so he was actually going to Broadway and stuff after he graduated. It was a crazy thing. I was like, wow, like congratulations, dude. He was really nice. Like he was genuinely one of the nicest roommates I've ever had. Super clean. You could tell this guy came from wealth though. Like I'm talking, this man walked around my apartment in one of those like lined like robes, you know, one of those like robes that people wear in their house to relax, like the super comfy puffy robes. He would wear that around just like with his pajamas all the time. And he would be like cooking food and doing like things, and like he would buy more like our groceries would expire and then like before we would finish because he would buy so much. Like, and I remember opening the fridge because we shared a fridge together, right? I remember opening a fridge, and he basically told me like, if you ever need to like eat anything or use anything to cook or whatever, feel free to. You don't even have to ask me, because like at the end of the day, it's probably gonna go bad anyway. And I was just like, what do you mean? He's just like, oh, I kind of have this bad habit of buying too much, sometimes, and I kind of already know. It's hard not to though, because like at the time I really want it. Like I remember opening the fridge once. Home Dog was just there was one time I walked home. Home Dog was eating caviar. Like he was just chillaxing watching the TV. Like I was like, bro, I need this lifestyle. Like, what the fuck? Sorry, but it was just crazy. Like that guy was unreal, but he was honestly like one of the nicest people that I've ever met, like as a roommate. Like he genuinely was really nice. The other roommates that I had ended up trying to I had one roommate from a long time ago whenever I um what I that I lived with. He ended up texting me 5 years later trying to change my religion, trying to convert me. That was like a whole thing that happened too. I don't know why that guy just randomly texted me 5 years later, but he was really trying to convert me for some reason. And I did not have any hint that he was religious whenever I lived with him. So I don't know what the fuck happened. Um, that was like a whole ordeal. Like I'm so dead ass. Like I think I still have those text messages. Like he was trying to ease into it too. Like he was trying to be subtle about it, but he was not subtle. Like he was not subtle at all. Crazy. Okay. Holy, this one's a good amount to read here. An ad break is starting soon. Okay, let me read this really quickly and then we can go on to the ad break. Am I an asshole for letting my daughter flaunt her expensive items? I, 50 female, and my husband, 48 male, have a daughter, Danica, 21 female, who has been extremely independent for her whole life. Danica has begun working when she was 15, and now she works part-time for a large corporation while pursuing her studies. We're extremely proud of her and how hard she has worked. We genuinely allow her to manage her own finances, and she can insist on contributing monthly to family expenses with the money she earns. Danica occasionally likes to make pricier purchases, which I do not have any concern over, as I think they are sensible financial choices. Like last year, she decided to purchase the newest MacBook as her old laptop was on its last legs, and she wanted something reliable and long-lasting. Or when she bought a bag for work and university, whatever brand this is, Marc Jacobs or whatever. We recently went on a family trip with my brother and his family, who have had two kids of their own, Tammy and Nick. His kids and Danica aren't exactly close, but they get along fine for the most part. I know that Tammy and Nick do not have any source of income besides my brother and have not worked a day in their lives. During the trip, Danica would occasionally pay for the three of them for small things like drinks and food. When we were shopping, Danica bought a few items for herself and picked up gifts she wanted to bring back to her friends. During dinner that night, my sister-in-law, brother's wife, told my husband and me that we were spoiling Danica too much with her purchases. We explained that Danica earns her own money and every cent came from her job. Okay, before I even finish this, jealousy, 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 jealousy. They're jealous. They're jealous. They're jealous. Jealousy. Jealousy. Doesn't look good on you, sis. Doesn't look good on you, sis. Sister-in-law then proceeds to point and tell Danica if that was the case, she shouldn't be flaunting her purchases and items in front of her cousins who don't have a cushy little office job, and parents who spoil her into the person that she is. Danica apologized politely, saying that, oh, ad break. What happened? I I left my computer for like 2 seconds because I had to like go and get something. What what even happened there? That was really awkward. I came back and it said OBS is trying to reconnect. Like what's that's weird. That's so weird. Okay. Okay. Sister-in-law then proceeds to tell us that we weren't teaching her how to manage her finances correctly and that all of this money had turned her into a little brat. Danica excused herself to the bathroom and texted that she was going to go back to the hotel. We had a tense back and forth in the rest of the dinner and came back to find Danica crying in her hotel room. I call my brother, hoping that he is able to talk to his wife, but he explained that for the past few days, Tammy has been crying to her parents about not having what Danica had. She had been whining to her mom that she wanted a new MacBook as well, but she refused to get it for her. Myself, Danica, and my husband have been getting calls from the rest of the family. Some calling us assholes, and some who are willing to hear us out and understand where you're coming from. Okay, bro, don't even fucking get me started with this. Fuck Tammy, bro. Yo, she's doing too much. She is doing too fucking much, bro. Also, by the way, Danica is older than Tammy by a year, by the way. What do you mean Tammy's unemployed and doesn't actually have income? Nah. Nah, don't get me riled up right now. Not on a Saturday. I'm gonna get real upset. This is a crazy fucking situation. I'm not gonna lie to you. This is probably one of the craziest situations that I've seen in a hot minute. She pisses me the fuck off. And I mean this so genuinely. Cause like, bro, Danica is a grown ass woman with her own job, bro. She can use her money in whatever way she needs to. Okay? She helps out with family finances. She pays for your fucking kids. Like, don't even get me pissed right now, okay? Don't even get me started. I'm a be a little upset. I'm gonna be a little upset. Flaunting is rude. Having nice things is not flaunting. Literally though. Also, Gray, it's good to see you. Can I get a shout out? Oh my gosh. Wait, let me actually shout you out. Hello, I hope you're doing good. Oh my gosh. If you guys didn't know, Gray's also gonna debut at some point in the near future, maybe. And they're gonna have a really freaking nice model too. What the heck? Soon, TM. Danica purchased everything that she owned with her own hard-earned money. She's allowed to do whatever she wants, and she was not showing off. Agreed. Hello, Pastel. It is good to see you. It is giving show your envious over a teen who is living her best life. But the thing is, like, she's not even 18. Danica is 21 years old. The Tammy, who is the sister-in-law, is only 20. Her daughter is older than the sister-in-law. The brother is also only 23. That's the thing. That's crazy. She's not even a kid. She's a grown-ass woman. That's why I think it's crazy that the sister-in-law is on her ass, because she's 21. She has her own job. The sister-in-law doesn't even work. Sorry. Shadow Queen says, good night. I have to go rest my neck because I got kicked in my neck whenever I was fighting my little sister. Good night. Thanks for being here. Sleep well, and thanks for the first time chat. I really appreciate it. Also, Pastel, thank you for the 30-day stream streak. Oh my gosh, you're 30 days in. My brother just got a new car and loves showing it off, but because it's his new car, or because it is his first new car, so to be honest, he deserves. People deserve to show off things as long as they're not being a butt about it. Exactly. There's nothing wrong. What did she even do though? That was like flaunting. I feel like that was it's such a non-issue. It's kind of ridiculous. This is a ridiculous situation. Like a legitimately ridiculous situation. Because like, what do you mean? What is going on here? I don't know. Kind of fucking crazy. we've seen it. Some of these people are fucking crazy. What the fuck? Am I an asshole for throwing a cup of cold water on my naked husband? Wait, what is going on here? What is this one? My husband has been tested for ADHD but doesn't have it. He has the kind of problems that are associated with ADHD. However, he makes oh my gosh, wait, what? He says writing lists, making a schedule, setting alarms, etc. is physically painful for him and he'd rather just deal with the occasional emergencies rather than be proactive. The specific problem. He often forgets to push the shower divide or diverter valve down. You know, the little rod on the tub faucet that you push down um to make water fill the tub and pull up to make the water come out of the shower. For nearly 20 fucking years, I've been asking him to push that down. Since I was literally a teenager, I've been asking him to push that fucking thing down. At least twice a month, I have a very unpleasant wake up / cold shower because I turn the water on and get a cold spray from the shower. And every fucking time, he's apologetic and then a week or two later, it happens again. He will do better for a while and then it slips in again. He's always telling me that he's working on it and hasn't he been better about it lately. But somehow he's always working on it, always improving, but never fucking stops. Today I just fucking had it. I stepped into the shower, turned it on, had a very cold and rude awakening. I couldn't fucking take it anymore. I grabbed the cup by the sink, filled it with about 3 inches of cold water, and walked out to where he was standing naked. He had just taken off his pajamas and was going to take his shower after mine. Without warning, while he was looking down, I held that plastic cup firmly in my hand, grasping it tightly. I jerked that motherfucker in a 45-degree angle to get that water all over his torso and face. I told him that his apologies were worth paper if they were written on, or were worth the paper they were written on, and I was tired of listening to him congratulate himself for getting better when I have been asking for 20 fucking years to stop doing that shit. I've told him that I don't accept his apologies, and the fact that it's an accident does not excuse it. I told him that from now on, every time I take in a cold shower, so is he, and that I refuse to be a second-class citizen in my own home any longer. And if he refuses to make changes to treat me better, I will instead make changes to treat him worse, because I will not tolerate this any longer. I'm going to continue to throw a cup of water on him every time I get a surprise cold shower. I'm fucking tired of asking / begging for basic respect and not getting it, with the implication that I have to put up with this forever. So Reddit, I know I'm probably an asshole, but am I a justified asshole? Don't turn on the shower while standing in it. That's also fair. It is to an extent. I also agree. It is weaponized incompetence to an extent. Like, this one's a little bit hard because I understand her frustration. Because how does it take 20 years and not get relatively better? But also, it's like, I don't know. I mean, she has tried to talk to him about it. It's not like they don't have conversations. But it's also not that big of a deal to an extent, too, I feel like. I've taken accidental cold showers. This has happened to me a few times. Okay, edit. Why don't I just check myself / why do I expect him to leave it the way that I want it? I don't expect him to leave it the way that I want. What I expect for him is to leave things the way he found them. So when he walks into the bathroom, it's pushed down. That's how I leave it. So he doesn't get blasted with cold water, but he doesn't leave the way he found them. Instead, he often leaves the last 10 or 20% of a task for me to finish or to clean up for him. Why don't I leave it the way that I found it? Why don't you just leave it up if he leaves it up? If I left things the way I found them, I'd be living in a stay. I would also spend a great deal of energy making things messier, as I literally be cleaning up to make space for myself and then undoing the work to put the things back into a mess. Explain your shower to me and why are you getting in before the water is warm? Folks, you're misunderstanding her situation. She leans in to turn on the water, expecting it to come out of the spigot. Instead, shower mode is still in place and the water sprays out of the shower and onto her head. It is completely rude of her husband to not switch the water back to the spigot whenever he's finished. It's just basic etiquette. I understand the frustration, but just turn the shower on while not standing in it. I also feel like that too. I'm not gonna lie. You could turn it on without putting your head in. But this one's hard because I do think that the husband does need to get better with doing these, because this is like like very small menial task. If he can't figure this out over 20 years, like, because like there are things that you sacrifice in your relationships with people that are very much non-issues, and for him it definitely seems like a non-issue. I don't understand why he's not able to get it after 20 years to an extent. But also, she should not be taking water and throwing it at him, because like that was also just mean and cruel for no reason too. Like, I understand the frustration, but that's not how you take it out on people. Like, you are justified to an extent because this is some bullshit that you deal with, but it is just rude still. There's a parable about glass houses as well, but it's also true that he should learn. Yeah, I don't know. I can feel my blood pressure rising. Hi, Lynn. It's good to see you. Also, Wickling, thanks for the daily drink. I really appreciate it. Welcome in. Why don't both of them just try and improve? Mutual cooperation easily solves this. I guess that's where like the frustration she has is, because she is saying that like this is something that she's been telling him and asking him to do for like 20 plus years, and it just has never been like adjusted. But I will say, okay, you are the asshole. For nearly 20 years, you could have learned to take 2 seconds to look at it yourself. This is a you problem, not him. Interesting. I'm honestly scratching my head at getting into the shower before the water goes on. Like, even if it's coming out of the tub faucet hot, the initial shower water will be cold. Plus, who wants to stand there naked and cold waiting for the water to heat? Interesting. Trying to understand how it pains him to write a list, but also thinking, what if she just, I don't know, sticks a note on the bathroom door to his face so that he turns around and adjusts it before he leaves the bathroom. I don't know. I don't know why she couldn't have done that. She's the ass for throwing the water, but for him leaving the water like that for so long also makes him the ass. Yeah, this one's very nuanced for sure. It's definitely not a like clear cut like, oh, one party is like much worse than the other. It's very much a situation of like, this is something that has bothered her for a really long time, and it's actively bothering her for a really long time. So she actually feels like she's pretty valid in the way that she feels that it's been 20 years of this. But also, to an extent, right? What she did was not the best reaction, in my personal opinion. Not at all, honestly. I get the frustration. Don't get me wrong. I really do. But it's just not the proper way of doing things. I mean, both are kind of the asshole. He should learn, and not doing so is bad. But actively saying you're going to make things worse for him on purpose is asshole behavior. No, but literally though. And if this is something that bothers you so much, like, there is an option to not be with this person. I'm gonna not lie to you. Like, this seems like a very non-issue for like a marriage relationship, in my personal opinion. Like, I feel like there are so many other things. Like, if this is bothering you for 20 years, like there's something else going on. I don't know. That might be just me looking too deep into things, but this feels, I mean, like, it's, I don't know. Oh, what the heck? Sorry. But like, oh, the edit makes it seem like he does a lot that bugs her. Yeah, it personally, to empathize with her, his statement of "I can't be bothered to make alarms and calendars and just wants to deal with the fallout" is a deal breaker for me as someone with anxiety. I agree. I feel like the statement itself of "I can't be bothered to make alarms or calendars" is a very extreme statement, because I feel like most people, like a lot of people, don't do that, but sometimes they do, and it depends on the situation. But his is a very blanket statement of like, I just cannot be bothered to do it in general, which like I feel like is like definitely an extreme. Because like, for example, like, I'm not a person who really schedules a lot of my stuff with calendars or alarms, but that's because I'm not in situations where I need to do that. There are times where I feel like I do need to do that, right? So it's a good balance between it. But Home Dog is straight up just saying like he just does not do that in general, which I think is insane, because there are situations where I feel like scheduling and having alarms, having calendars isn't necessarily a bad thing. It helps. Like, I mean, that's why people do it. um To be fair to her, depending on the type of shower, depends on when you get in. One of the showers in my house, I always turn on before getting in because I can reach and wait 2 seconds. But the other one isn't possible. Okay, yeah, that's also fair. If they can't solve small issues like this, I think it's best to just, either be better or separate. Might be such a crazy solution, but with how much it seems like he annoys her and he overall just doesn't want to seem to put in the effort to fix a problem, divorce. I mean, I am one to say that like you can work through a lot of problems, right? And I also am one to say that like there is a lot of things in my personal opinion that I feel like um you can do to like manage things in a relationship. But if this is a constant thing for 20 years, maybe it is just like making a difference um to like not be together. I don't know. Thunder Earth says it could be that she's short and the spigot is far enough away to where she has to lean in, to be fair. And it does seem like she's annoyed at him for a lot of things, not just this, judging from the cleaning up after him part. Just divorce. No, but literally though, I do think there's more than just this. I do think this is more than just this. Also, ADHD is not an excuse to constantly refuse to do things. That's crazy work. True. True. I definitely think there's more to that. Ooh. Okay. Am I the asshole for telling my coworker her kids are none of my business? Okay, I feel like that's a given, not your kids. But let me actually read. School holidays are coming up, and I have a coworker panicking as she left it too late to book vacation slots. Okay. My company has a rule where no more than 3 workers can leave at the same time for vacation. I already filled in my vacation slot months ago, as I haven't taken any in nearly a year. I'm single, unmarried, and in my 30s. Company HR told my coworker that her only way to get her vacation is to get one of us who already had our vacation time approved to trade with her. And considering out of the 3 of us whose vacations were approved, I am the only female. Guess who my coworker approached for the trade? She tried explaining gently at first that her kids, 6 and 4 years of age apparently, were really looking forward to going to Disneyland and that everything is already booked. If I can give up my vacation spot to her, and if I can give my vacation spot up to her, I told her no, as I too already have my vacation booked. It is a solo vacation, but I'm not going to tell her that. She got real pushy and kept on trying to insist that I give her my vacation spot, saying that my kids would be so disappointed. I blew up at her after the 4th or 5th time, telling her that her kids being disappointed is none of my business. I didn't exactly keep my voice down, so at least half the office heard, and my coworker turned red and left. One of my coworkers, 25M, who sat to my side after hearing the entire conversation, later told me that while he gets where I'm coming from, I could be a lot gentler, and it didn't get how hard mothers get it. Booking a vacation before taking time off is crazy work. Literally. Not an asshole. I think that if she wanted to be considerate, sure, fine. But I think the conversation ends when the person says no. I think pushing at it is not what you can really do. Sorry if you have kids, you want to go on vacation, it's on you to secure it. No, but literally, it's just better planning. Also, I agree. Who books a trip without confirming PTO is crazy. Like, it's so true. It's so true though. Like, this is a problem that you've basically started for yourself. Like, I understand that you have everything booked, but like it's kind of crazy. Pushing it to guilt trip, like guilt tripping your coworker with your kids is also like fucking insane too. Howling Dragons, is good to see you too. Welcome in. Hi. How's your day? I don't know. That's crazy work. Not the asshole. I am also child free by choice and arrange my vacations very early to make sure they are approved. Her inability to manage her life is not your problem to fix. Also, who makes reservations for a vacation before they have the time off approved? Ooh. This person is basically just saying everything that we're saying. Coworker sucks. Enjoy your vacation. P.S. Solo travel is just as valid as family travel and supports local economies in ways that family business does not. As someone whose work depends on travel and hospitality, this is a huge thing, actually. Lastro. Is that how you say your username? Hi, thanks for the first time chat. Welcome in. We're just reading Am I the Asshole? Reddit thingies. Let's see. It's interesting how you can use that phrase in different situations. Kids are not your coworkers' business except when you want to guilt trip them. True. Clearly, though. Yeah, everyone's just kind of having the same opinion. I agree. I agree. Oh my god. Oh my god. I just read the title for this like really quickly. Am I the asshole for banning a relative from our house right after they donated our furniture while we were away home? Or we were away from home. Oh my god. How does this even happen? I'm still shaking while typing this. My wife, Paula, and I just got back from a trip. It is our first time away since our twin daughter was born. We gave my mother-in-law a spare key just to check on things if necessary. Paula is sentimental. When her grandmother passed away, she left her 2 hand-carved mahogany pieces, a desk, and a vanity. They were Paula's absolute favorite things. Walked in yesterday and the room was empty. Oh my god, the mother-in-law was there, all smiles, saying she just made a surprise for us by getting rid of that old dusty junk to give us a modern look. She replaced them with some cheap flat pack furniture. She literally gave away / donated Paula's inheritance without asking. Told her to leave and give me the keys. I changed the locks today. Paula has been in tears. Now the rest of the family are calling me abusive guy and controlling for isolating Paula from her mother over some old pieces of junk wood. They say that the mother's heart was in the right place and I'm being an asshole for banning a grandmother from seeing her grandkids over furniture. My wife is on my side. She agrees with the ban, but the constant guilt from her family is making her feel like a monster. Oh my god. What the fuck is this situation? Hello? Hello? Jesus Christ. Hi, Peepo. It's good to see you too. Welcome in. What the hell is going on here for this one? Bro, oh wait. Hani says one time we had someone watch our dog at their house and they gave our dog away. What the fuck? That's also crazy. This is crazy work. You call the police and report the theft. You will be able to get the furniture back that way. She'll have to admit to the police who she donated / sold the furniture to, and the furniture will be recovered as a stolen. Oh, that's actually interesting. Is that actually how that works? If you report it as theft, I guess, yeah. So the furniture, she has to report who. Okay. If someone fucking donates anything in my house, I'm donating their organs, because what the fuck? No, but literally though. No, but here's the thing. This is her mom. This is the wife, Paula's mom, right? This is her grandmother too. The mahogany pieces, the desk and stuff like that were her grandmother's. The mom of her mom. How does she not know? And if she did know, did she care? That's where I'm kind of fucking losing it right now. This is the dad's mom. No, this is the mom's mom. My mother-in-law. This story would be more complicated if the mother-in-law donated something of his and he banned her, because the wife would be more conflicted, but she did her own daughter dirty. Yeah, no, this is the wife's mom. And like the inheritance was from the grandmother of the wife. So basically, her mom gave away the inheritance that her grandmother gave her. This is crazy. Like, I know this is short, but like, going through something like this is insane. Like, what do you mean you went through something like this? I established very firm boundaries with my parents, and you know what? They respect it. I think establishing boundaries in any type of situation is really important. This is nuts. Tell her that you're going to call the police for theft if she doesn't tell you where she took the furniture. You may still have to call the police so you can get it back. Oh my gosh. Fucking crazy. Some of these situations are nuts. Some people go through nuts ass situations in life. Holy moly. I would not have only banned her, but got in her car and refused to leave until she drove me to every single place she donated / sold the stuff to and get it all back. Um, hmm. Clicked on the stream because of those man packs. Hi, Liam. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Oh, also, Elaine, it's good to see you too. She had to know her grandmother left this to her daughter. There was absolutely no in the right place here and had to be intentional. Yeah. Let's see. Hi, Mellow Dreams. It's good to see you. Hi, Crimson. It's good to see you too. Welcome in. Hello, hello. I'd be so mad if someone did that to me. Hand carved furniture is really expensive, and they were made for Paula, so they're really sentimental. Literally, though. I mean, it's from your grandmother who isn't around anymore. Like that, just the sentimental. Like not even talking about like the physical like money, but even just the sentimental value is like you know that's irreplaceable. You can't really put a price on that. I feel like so it's like ugh ugh my gosh. Okay. On the weekend, my wife, 38 female, and I, 39 male, went to our friend's gender reveal. For background information, our friend already has 2 boys, and she told my wife that she is hoping for a girl this time. In the car on the way there, my wife asked me what gender I thought the baby would be. I said that given the sex ratio of birth is about 105 boys for every 100 girls, my guess is that the child would be a boy. My friend said, or my wife said that given our friend already has 2 boys already, that they surely there would be more of a chance of a girl this time. Not how that works, by the way. I replied that the 2 boys were not relevant to the sex of the child our friend was expecting, and that there's still a 51% chance that this child would be a boy. At the gender reveal, it was announced that this child would also be a boy. Although our friend tried to appear happy at the party, it was clear that she was disappointed that this child would not be a girl, I think. And my wife also appeared to be disappointed as well. Okay. On the drive back home, my wife got angry with me and said that I could have been more supportive and that I shouldn't have been so mathematical with my guess about the baby sex. It's not how that works. Ironically, it's the opposite. If there's a sex tendency, it is likely to continue because of the same factors contributing it. Literally. What is she complaining about? This is so not, this is such a non-issue, bro. It's not even your kid. Oh my god. It's not, you're not even the one having the kid. What the fuck is going on right now? It's not like he controlled the baby's sex. No, but literally though, he just answered the question. What is she angry about? Cheerleader says, I'm going to bed soon. I'm definitely going to be dreaming about you. You look so dreamy. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. Sleep well. Ironically, it's the opposite. If there's a sexual tendency, it's likely to continue with the same factors contributing to it. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yup. 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 Hmm. What did he victory dance at the reveal? Made a guess. I don't know. This is fucking nuts, by the way. This is like a crazy ass like fucking situation. Like what is going on here? Hmm. I don't know. Fucking weird. Fucking weird. I'm not gonna lie. This was so weird. Okay. Sure. Am I an asshole for sleeping naked in my own room? Can your VTuber model bounce your pecs? I think so. There you go. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, no, it's crazy, isn't it? We got fucking peck motion. Boom, 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 boom. Ooh, 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 ooh. Tree's not Terry Crews, true. Okay. Throwaway account for sleeping. Am I the asshole for sleeping naked in my own room? Have we set up the hand tracking yet? No. No, I had to do it from I had to do it based on my what is it called, the thingy, I have to do it through like key tracking. Since I was a teenager, I always slept naked. I always get too hot at night, and it's generally way more comfortable for me to sleep that way. Whenever I leave my room, I'm always dressed, or at the very least, have shorts or something on if I'm going to slash from the shower. My roommate knows this, and up to this point has had no problem with it, and we always knock on each other's doors anyway to be polite. The issue started when he brought over his girlfriend to stay a couple of nights. We all get along pretty well and have hung out a few times before, but this was the first time she came over and spent the night. We had all gone out we had all gone out drinking and got home pretty late, so once we all walked in, we just went straight to sleep. I, of course, went to bed with my usual routine of getting naked and hopping into bed. Well, sometime during the night, my roommate's girlfriend, needed to use the bathroom, but she didn't know which room it was. My room and the bathroom are right next to each other, and she opened my door by mistake. I have a vague memory of her opening my door, but I was half asleep, and when she closed it, I went right back to sleep. The next morning, I woke up and my roommate and his girlfriend were upset at me because when she walked in, she saw everything and she was mad I would sleep naked when a guest was over in the first place. They both said I need to work on wearing clothes to sleep since my roommate's girlfriend is probably going to be sleeping over more often. It makes her uncomfortable. Oh, shut the fuck up. My argument was that I am in my own private space away from them, and that while I understand it was a mistake, it is still her fault that she walked in on me sleeping. This is so stupid, bro. They have to be fucking young. This is not real. What the fuck? It's been a few days and my roommate still won't let it go. I still sleep naked, and once on purpose, he walked in on me sleeping just to see if I was naked or not. What the fuck? I don't really care about him seeing me naked because we've seen each other naked before, but this is getting really out of hand. I don't think I should ever have to wear clothes to sleep just because just because it makes his girlfriend uncomfortable, even though I am in my own private room. What the fuck? TLDR, my roommate's girlfriend walked in on me sleeping naked in my own room, and now they both want me to start wearing clothes to sleep. It's his room. That's it. That's all that needs to be said. It's his room. Like, as long as the door is closed, yeah, like, you're right. As long as the door is closed, it's his room, not an asshole. What are we talking about here? Is this stupid? What the fuck? This is just ridiculous. Are we just being ridiculous right now, or what? Edit. To everyone saying I should lock my door, add a lock, I would really like to. Unfortunately, the place we're staying at doesn't want us to change the door handles or anything, so I can't do that. However, I am currently looking into ways to stop my door from being open that isn't like a barricade or that drills into the door/wall. Update. Wow. Really didn't expect this to blow up like this, but thank you all for the feedback. A lot of you recommended a door stopper because they're super cheap and easy to use, and that's what I've ended up going with. So thank you all who recommended them to me. Okay, so I've had a talk with my roommate and brought up some of the points y'all made. For starters, I brought up how it's hypocritical to ask me not to sleep naked, since they are most definitely naked when they're having sex in the same house as me, and he said that was different since they're not sleeping that way and usually hang something on the door handle. I also brought up the point that she knows which door leads to the bathroom, so it shouldn't happen again whenever she spends the night, and he said that it still makes her uncomfortable. I guess she thinks that I'm just going to come out of my room at nighttime swinging my junk around. Yo, this girlfriend is fucking crazy. I suggested that he only spend the night with her or at her place if it makes her so uncomfortable, but he literally just said it was easier for them to sleep here instead. No idea how that could be if I make her so uncomfortable. So in the end, I basically said I'm still going to sleep naked. I'm putting a door stopper in my room to make sure it doesn't happen again. And if they're still not satisfied, then they're just going to have to deal with it. I think he's going to give up on it, talk to his girlfriend, and we're going to go back to normal. I didn't really talk about him walking in because, again, I don't really care if I'm seen naked. No, that's weird. You should have talked about that. That's a boundary that he completely overstepped. Hello? That should have been talked about. I know that's kind of rare, but I'm super comfortable in my own skin, and it's really his fault. If he doesn't want to see me naked and walks in on me sleeping, I'll continue to update as this goes on. Side note, to the people saying his girlfriend wants me or something, I am rocking an average 5.5 inch. Why do I need to know that? Okay, but what's the girth? But literally, though. Okay. What the fuck is going on? Asking him not to be naked in the hallway is reasonable. Not that he was doing it anyway, but yeah, get out. If she's staying here consistently, she better be paying rent. No, but literally too. I don't know what to do with this information. Me neither. Me neither. I'm pretty sure I wasn't hard and I'm a grower, so it was even less impressive. Thank you all for thinking I was packing, though. What the fuck is going on, dude? That's so unreal. Oh. Oh my god. This guy is funny as fuck. No, but literally, though. Okay, sorry. Am I the asshole for refusing to eat my wife's spaghetti after I found out what she put in it? Last night, my wife made spaghetti and it smelled amazing. She said she tried something new and wanted me to eat it before asking questions. I had a few bites and it kind of tasted off, but not terrible, just weirdly sweet and earthy. I asked what she changed and she told me she blended up leftover spaghetti from 6 days ago and mixed it into the sauce to thicken. Ugh. Oh god, what the fuck? I immediately stopped eating. I know it's technically the same ingredients, but the idea of blending old noodles mixed into fresh sauce made me feel sick. She got offended and said I already had ate half a plate, so clearly it was fine. I was being over dramatic now that I knew. I told her that is exactly the point. I did not know. If I had known before, I would not have eaten it. She said I was being wasteful and disrespectful and acted like she served me garbage. I ended up making a sandwich because I could not finish it and she got really upset and barely talked to me the rest of the night. Now she told her family and they think I embarrassed her, but my mom thinks it's gross. Did I ever tell you guys whenever I was in my first year of college, I actually roomed with like my older cousin that was older than me by like 1 year. And he had this he was a nasty person. I did not know until I lived with him. Um I could talk like for a whole like 2 hours about the things that he did in that room and I had to deal with it. But I something that is kind of similar to this here. He was really big on eating ramen. So he would like cook up ramen in his room, right? And he would eat the ramen noodles. And then he would have a lot of like broth slash soup left over. And he would leave it on his table, like just on his table. And then the next day, whenever it was like food time again, he would take the old, like leftover soup that he left on his table, put the new ramen in, like the new ramen pack in, and then re-microwave it. And he did this for multiple days straight because he said that it made the flavor taste better because it intensifies the flavor. This is a real human being, by the way. And I actually know them because they're my cousin. The last time I talked to this cousin was like last year. I actually went to the house that he was living in, which is his dad's house. Like his dad bought it, and he's the only one that lives there. I went there because my dad was looking to store his car at that house, and then we would Uber to the airport so that we didn't have to like pay for parking at the airport, right? I went into the house and I don't know if you've ever like I opened the front door to the house and walked in. I don't know if you've ever experienced before, like this before, but a wave, like I'm talking legit, I'm not even exaggerating by the way. A wave, an entire wave of hot, musty, gassy, stinky air whiffed out from the front door and just hit me in the face. Like I told my parents whenever I got into the car, like the Uber, that I was gonna gag. Like I actually felt like I was gonna like throw up really bad. Like I really wanted to gag like really bad. It was disgusting. Um, he just he just stunk. Like he just be stinking. I'm not gonna lie, and I'm not even trying to be mean. Like he just like to give context, this guy like showers once a week. And whenever we were like living together, he wouldn't share like he would rewear old clothes when he like ran out of clothes because he wouldn't wash it. This cousin's on my mom's side of the family. Damn, dog, you live like this? Yes. I had to deal with this. My side of the room was clean. I wash my bed sheets like every single week. I wash my clothes every single week. I take showers every single day. I take like multiple showers a day, which I know it's not good for you, but I like taking showers because I like feeling clean. So this was like an actual, like, I had to deal with this for a whole year. Actually, not a whole year. I left after half a year because of COVID. Because of COVID. So I didn't actually have to deal with it the whole year, thankfully. Um, Tatsukimi, hi, it's good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, no, this was a legitimate thing that I had to deal with. This is nasty though. Not the asshole. It kind of tasted off, but not terrible. Just weirdly sweet and earthy. You want to know what that earthy taste probably was? Mold. This is the one. You get an earthy taste in something that shouldn't taste earthy. You're tasting mold / fungus. I don't know if you were acting like she served you up garbage, but if it tasted earthy due to unseen mold, she was serving you garbage. You weren't being wasteful. Mold food goes into the compost or the garbage. What does a plate of spaghetti and sauce cost in terms of ingredients? $2-ish. So wasteful. Leftover spaghetti and sauce is generally safe to eat for 3 to 5 days when stored in an airtight container in the refrigerator. For the best quality and safety, especially with meat sauces, it's recommended to consume them within 3 to 4 days. Also, not the asshole. You didn't embarrass her. You stopped eating. Did you go and tell her family to garner ridicule? No, she told her family. If she is embarrassed, it is because she embarrassed herself. True. True. I literally cannot imagine staying in one room with a person, especially if that's a nasty person. No, but literally though. Literally though. Wow, really big chest. Thank you. Welcome in, Fish. Hope you're doing well. Holy moly. We're reading Am I the Asshole stories today, just for funsies, because I really enjoy this. This is really fun. Wait, what? What is going on here? What is this? What does this mean? Um Am I the asshole for telling my friend she can yank her child when she has one? Title sounds weird, I know, but I, 28 female, have a friend, 26 female, that I used to hang out with a lot. Recently, we got into an accident when someone rear-ended me. I had a baby in the car, 3 months. In the crash, baby was absolutely hysterical. Of course she would be. My friend then tried to scramble in the mix of it to take her out of her car seat. I do admit I may have said it harshly to not remove baby from their car seat until first responders got to us. The car was not on fire and we weren't in any mortal danger. On a normal day, anytime my baby gets to the point of hysteria, I soothe them, hug them, rock them, etc. This was a once in a blue moon occurrence. I didn't. I kept trying to shush and soothe baby from the seat, but obviously she was scared and wanted her mama to hold her. At the hospital, both my friend and I got the all clear and we're waiting on the baby to be cleared. My friend went off on me, telling me I'm a bad mom for not removing baby from car seat. I simply explained to her it was better for the baby to stay in the seat in case there was spinal damage. The seat would keep the spinal line, and removing the baby from the car seat would cause further injury if there was one already. She kept berating me. I was frustrated already, and I told her when she has her own, and God forbid they get into a crash, she can yank her kid out of the car seat and do as she pleases. She got quiet and said I'm an asshole for bringing it up because she's had trouble conceiving, um, and may not be, or she has PCOS and may not be able to carry a pregnancy to term. I don't know if I'm the asshole for bringing up a hypothetical situation, or I don't know if my frustration has got the best of me. I was insensitive, but am I the asshole for making that statement? Ooh. It is her baby. It is valid that she, understands that it's probably not safe to move the baby, especially after a crash. She has her reasonings. I also think it's normal for the friend to be concerned because it is a baby, even if isn't yours. It's still a baby, and it's a scary situation to be in. Um, but I definitely think the friend took it way too far for saying that the um OP was a bad mom and stuff like that, because that's crazy too. I don't know about the last part though. But I also understand that it was probably something that she said out of frustration too. So if we are trying to give grace to the friend because she was in such a traumatic situation with like the crash, right? And it probably led to her being as like sporadic or like fucking crazy as she was, we have to give a lot of grace to OP as well. Not an asshole. The fact that she accidentally hit on a personal matter for the friend is unfortunate, but also completely unintentional. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, there has to be grace given. If we're gonna give grace to one side, then we have to give grace to the other side. Yeah. No. Literally. It's crazy. It doesn't sound like she was thinking of her friends. PCOS whenever she made the comment, it wasn't meant to be rude, and she's right about leaving baby in the car, in the seat. Yes. OP was being a good mom. There's a lot of people who don't realize how much damage it can cause doing something like that if it is not needed. Agreed. I also think that it's like crazy that someone comes up and it's just like you're a terrible mom. Like that's I don't know. I feel like you don't really say that to people. Hmm. I don't know. Let's do one more and I might call it a night because it's about to be 4 hours. Hi Jade, it's good to see you. Let's do this one. Oh, this one's a long one. Okay, cool. Okay. Hua, it's good to see you too. Hi. Okay, thanks for the daily drink. Am I the asshole for giving my son's girlfriend a budget for the dinners she's making? My son, 23 male, graduated university back in June, and he moved back across the country to live with us since he found a job in the area. He's been in a long-distance relationship with his girlfriend, Carmela, until October. She initially took a semester off from college and was living with her mom. However, she decided she did not want to go back. Her mom said she would have to move out and she had nowhere to go. My son is moving into his own place in January, and we invited her to move in already, saying she could get a job in the area. Okay, starting off all right. However, she needed to move out sooner, and they both asked me if she could move in. I agreed. Neither of them are paying rent, and I personally don't believe in charging my kids to live here, so I felt wrong to charge her any. I asked that they clean up after themselves and be respectful of everyone. They agreed, and she moved in after Halloween, and she's been a joy to have here. She's still looking for a job. Most nights, she offered to cook dinner to give back to us. I've told her it's not necessary, but she insists. She's a good cook, so I tell her if she wants to, have at it. A week into her living here, she mentioned wanting to make a certain dish, but we didn't have the ingredients. I offered to give her my card so she could buy groceries. Since then, it's become a regular thing. I didn't mind it initially. She picked up my groceries as well, and it seemed to be a good deal all around. But then a couple of weeks in, she started wanting to make multiple trips a week and buying things that I normally wouldn't budget for on a regular basis, just as steak and seafood. I asked her on Sunday, when she went to the store, to please get everything she needed in one trip. She said okay, and I thought that solved the problem. Cut to Monday night and we finished dinner. She and my son are talking while I'm doing dishes. She mentions wanting to make steak on Thursday. My son says, that sounds good. She says she'll have to go back to the store. My son turns to me and says, Mom, give her the card. I tell them, no. I already said I gave her money to go shopping on Sunday and told her to get everything she needed. I also said we can't swing everyone having steaks this week. 6 people in the house. But maybe I can make them for Christmas dinner. I then go on to say, if she wants to keep cooking for us, which I appreciate, I'm going to put her on a budget. I apologize for not doing it sooner. She looks upset and my son seems offended. Later on, my son tells me I embarrassed her when she was just trying to be nice. I said I appreciate her cooking dinner, but she's doing it on my dime and I cannot afford this. I point out he is free to give her money to do this. My son pointed out they're only here a few more weeks. Can't I just make my guest happy? Am I really in the wrong here? No, they're living there for free and also mooching off of your food money. If they're gonna live there for free, have them pay for dinner, bro. Like and like food and stuff. Especially if you're gonna cook all these random things that you don't really need. Hello? Andrea, it's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. That's like the big thing. Not an asshole. What are we talking about, guys? If they're it's nice that she's offering to pay and offering to cook, but it's like we can't keep eating lobster and fucking steak every day, especially if we're using your, mom and dad's like, money, right? That's like a huge thing. Like they can't fucking afford that. Hello, that's like crazy. That's crazy. What happened to your shirt? It was stolen. Stolen by this very chat that you see. Stolen by this very chat. Not an asshole. It's your money. It's your house. If she wants to make fancy, expensive stuff, she needs to either pay for it or not cook. Yes. She needs to realize that she needs to live with their means, not her means. Has to get used to a budget. This is valid. She's cooking for them to show appreciation or not, because this isn't actually for the family. They're just wanting free dinner. No, but seriously though, I don't think this is a family thing. How? Okay. Is this not spoiled? I'm going to get really mad here. My son turns to me and says, "Mom, give her the card." She mentioned she wants to make steak on Thursday. My son says, "That sounds good." When is it the son's position to agree to this when he's not paying a single fucking dime for this, by the way? Mom, give her the card. That would piss me the fuck off. That would make me mad. That's crazy. This is crazy. Hi, Momo. This is crazy. Mind you, not even could you give her the card, just give. Like, no, but literally, though, this is just entitlement. It is just straight entitlement. This is a 23-year-old. This guy's only like a year younger than me. This is just straight entitlement. How are you making these decisions in someone else's house? That's one. And asking your mom to give her the card. Like, what? 23. 23. This be Reddit, ain't it? Yes. Hi, honey. Welcome in. Thanks for the shirt toggle. I really appreciate it. 23 years of age. Like, come on. Like, come on. This is crazy work. Like, legitimately crazy work. They need to get a big boy jump in their own house if they want to live it up. Exactly. No, but like, I think it's reasonable. Like, rent is super expensive, right? Like, rent is super duper expensive. So them not being charged rent is good. That helps them out so much. But I do think if you're going to live in somebody else's house, paying for like the food is not that bad, especially if you're cooking, because you can pay what you can afford and then you're still cooking for people. So it's like fine, right? You're already saving so much money. Food is negligible for the most part compared to like what you are saving. It's a huge amount that you're saving, and it's a grace that you're able to stay with your parents like that. I know a lot of people would not be happy. At least help with something. No, but literally though. Regardless of her intentions, treating you as an unlimited bank for food purchases is disrespectful. Capping your food expenses is a completely reasonable thing to do. Not an asshole. Sit down with both of them. Tell her that you love her cooking and that you love to sit down and plan meals with her. But you have to stick with the budget because you don't have a money tree in the backyard. P.S. If your son complains again, ask him if he's going to give her an unlimited food budget when they move in together. I bet his tune will change at that thought. That's why he wants steaks now. Literally. Steaks are not cheap. Literally, though. Food is expensive. This economy, don't even get me started on it. It's going to make me sound a little older than I probably am, and I'm not. Hello, Quartz. Hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Holy moly. But this is a crazy situation. It's so ridiculous. Having a grocery budget is so normal. No, but literally though, I do think a lot of people grow up without an understanding of good, proper like finances and budgeting for their means. It's like a legitimate thing. Quite a shame, honestly. Genuinely quite a shame. Okay. I think this is good. I'm gonna call it here before the ad break starts. Thank you everyone for coming into my stream tonight. It was a fun time reading these stories with you guys. It was such an amazing and great experience. Really good. we will be raiding over to my good friend Jaws. So please, for one of the mods, can we make a raid message saying congratulations on getting partner Jaws? Or something along the lines of that, because he actually did recently get partner. I'm working towards it too, slowly but surely. But we're gonna raid into Jaws. He's a very, very close friend of mine. Probably one of the like kindest people ever. I want to try and do something with him in the future. So I'll probably talk with him. Tomorrow I will be streaming at 7 p.m. EST like normal. Also, Jay, it's good to see you. Thank you for the daily drink redeem. I will be streaming tomorrow at 7 p.m. EST as normal, and we will be doing Scrandle. I don't know if you know what Scrandle is, but this is what Scrandle is. It's basically a game where you rate food. Okay, so you either pick like top or bottom, and then it'll give you like a vote on what it is. So like this or this, it's probably this, right? Or whatever, or this or this, and it's probably this, right? Like we'll be doing this for most of tomorrow's stream. This or this, and it's probably this, right? I'm the goat for this, by the way. But I'm a goat, and I have a lot of theories about this game. So that's what we'll be doing tomorrow. Okay, thank you so much. I'm not gonna hold you any longer. Thank you for being here, and have a wonderful night. Mm.